Good morning, everybody. Welcome here. It's great to see you all. My name is Heidi Grieser. Myself and my husband, Randy, are the co-founders of Achieve. I'm so happy to be here today to welcome all of you to this first annual Women in Leadership Conference. As many of you know, we were planning to have this take place in person in March earlier this year. Obviously, the COVID-19 pandemic changed those plans. But we've worked really hard to pivot and instead have this conference be a virtual experience, and we're excited to still be able to share this event with you. Just a few housekeeping items before we start. Because we have so many people in attendance today, we're going to ask you to mute your microphones. However, there will be some small group breakouts throughout the day, and we encourage you to unmute yourself for those, as well as share your video if you're able. If you are having any technical difficulties, please send a message in the chat to Achieve Support. And if you get disconnected for any reason, just go back to the original link you were sent to sign in again. Also, as you see on the screen, these are our social media handles. Please follow us and feel free to tag us during this special event. We are going to be working with some tight timelines between speakers today, therefore we won't have time for questions. However, please feel free to use the chat area to communicate with one another and to send thanks and kudos to the presenters. I also want to mention that there will be brief moments between presenters where we'll be fading out of the live video in order to get set up for the next person. Just bear with us during these breaks. We'll try to be as efficient as possible, and it should only take about a minute. Before we go any further, I'd like to acknowledge that we are hosting this conference from Treaty 1 territory, the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Oji-Cree, Dakota, and Dene nations, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We have people attending today from many different territories and nations across the country. So if you know the traditional territory you're on, I invite you to post it in the chat. It would be great to see where everyone is from. While Achieve is not an Indigenous organization, we do have a growing partnership with Indigenous staff and trainers in our work family, and with many First Nation, Métis, and Inuit communities that we have the opportunity to work with through our trainings. We're committed to growing and learning together what it means to walk the path of reconciliation and build relationships with all of our neighbors. One of the ways we've worked toward this is to seek the voices of people who can help guide us on our path of reconciliation. So I'm honored and excited to introduce our elder, Louise McKay, as one of the newest members of our team. As a traditional elder and a descendant of the historic Métis of the Red River Settlement in Manitoba, Louise is helping us embrace the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's 94 calls to action. She's a delightful person who brings joy everywhere she goes. I'd now like to invite Louise to come open the day in a traditional Indigenous way.
Bonjour. I am Wawate, Northern Lights woman of the Bear Clan. Bonjour, Crater. Crater, I want to say miigwech for today. Miigwech for CTRI, for Achieve, for asking me to come and open this gathering today in a traditional way. Crater, I want to say miigwech for my life today. Miigwech for this beautiful day, this beautiful fall day. And Crater, we're looking at the solstice, the equinox, the ending of summer, the beginning of fall. So to every ending, we have a beginning. To every beginning, we have an ending. Crater, I want to say miigwech for my life, my health. Say miigwech for my family, for my children, for those I love, for my community, for their families, for their health. I want to say miigwech for all the gifts that you've sent my way, you've brought my way, all the people that you have put in my path, Crater. I want to say miigwech for the people that have found their way here today, Crater. For the people that have come who want to sit and listen, who want to sit and share and talk and learn and as they find their way. So I want to say miigwech for all that, Crater. I ask that you keep their family safe. And I ask that you help give them insight to the things that they're seeking insight to and help with their thinking. and help them find their gifts. Because we all have gifts, Creator. And that they have a good time as they sit and listen and as they be with us today. Oh, I want to talk a little bit about women in leadership, because this is what this is all about. And you know what? As women, we are leaders. We are born leaders. As a woman, I am a life giver. I've been taught that all women are life givers. By the simple fact that you are born a woman, you are a life giver. Many years ago, I sat with many women in a gathering on the land in my community. And on the third morning, the grandmothers were talking about us as life givers. And there was a group of women who separated themselves from the group and said that they were women, but they were not life givers. The grandmothers thought that there was something wrong with that, so they began to ask them what it was that they meant by that. The women said that they had been told a long time ago that they couldn't birth children. And because they couldn't birth children, they were not life givers. They call them barren women. What is that exactly? What is a barren woman? I don't know. The grandmothers told them that if you're born a woman, you are a life giver. You give life to many things in life. You give life to children. You give life to projects. You give life to new ways of life. You give life to ideas, right? Women, we are the human race's first teachers, right? We teach children how to grow up. We teach about love, compassion. We teach about culture. We teach language. Culture continues. Language continues because of women. We are born leaders. We are natural leaders. And so the grandmothers told that to these women. And many of them said that that was the first time that anybody had ever validated that part of their life. And that there's no such thing. There is no such thing as a barren woman. Don't let anybody tell you that. If you've heard that, then I think you need to begin to think a little bit for yourself and say, you know, that's not you. I don't think that exists. I don't think that can even exist in this world. We are leaders. We are born leaders. We are built to be leaders. What is a leader, right? A leader is somebody who motivates somebody to follow something, to move along in life. And isn't that what we do with children? When you think about women and children, you think about mommies, right? So we are mommies to our children. We are mommies to fur babies. We are mommies to foster children. We are mommies to projects that we give life to, right? We are mummies to our nieces, our nephews. How many of us have children in our homes that we didn't give birth to, but yet we're bringing them up? How many grandparents are bringing their grandkids up? And you become mommy to them. You're a grandmother, but you're mummy. As an Indigenous woman in our culture, that happens all over the place. But it happens in many other cultures too. As women, those are just things we do, right? It's like the difference between my right and my responsibility, right? I have many rights in this world, but I also have responsibilities, and those are different. It's like having an obligation. For those things that I give birth to, I have an obligation. And the obligation is that I'm going to nurture. I'm going to teach. I'm going to help grow. And as women, that's what we do, isn't it? That's what we do. So, Women in Leadership 2020. You know what? We've achieved many things in all the years prior to 2020. And when you look at the future, I was asking the conference coordinator a little while ago about what her wish was when she was planning this conference. And one of the things she said was that the future would be different with women, for women. And you know what? For all of you who are attending the conference today, for all of you who are sitting and sharing and listening and being there today, yeah, remember, you're already a leader. You're already a leader. And let these other things that you learned today build on top of that. Yeah. When I was thinking about this conference today, I tried really hard to write a whole bunch of different things down that would be just really catchy. And I could leave you with all this wisdom. But you know what? In life, we have wisdom about some things, and it doesn't, just because you're wise about one thing or two things doesn't mean you have wisdom across the board. And so what I would like to leave you with today is that don't forget those things inside of you that speak to you, that talk to you about who you are as an individual, as a person. Those are the things that connect you to your femininity. Grandmother Moon, Mother Earth, they're all there. Water is feminine. Use those things and let them speak to you. Let them help you discover those parts of you, and let these other things that you learned today and in conferences like this build on top of that. So with that, I want to say miigwech. Hope you have a good day. And I know that this conference is packed with a lot of very wise women today. And it's also wise women that put it together. So for that, I want to say miigwech. Aho.
Thank you to Louise for that beautiful opening and for inspiring the natural leader in all of us. Today is going to be a day about sharing stories and learning from other people's stories. Stories about following your intuition, mentoring other women, overcoming doubt, moving out of our comfort zones, and facing challenges that initially seemed insurmountable. It's often said that you can't grow or develop and learn new things if you stay in your comfort zone. And let's be honest, it's a really nice place to be sometimes, and it's okay to hang out there on occasion. But in order to live our fullest lives and reach our fullest potential, we need to actually move out of that comfortable place. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about my story as it relates to the origins of Achieve. As I mentioned earlier, my husband Randy and I started this company about 12 years ago now. And in our wildest dreams, we never could have imagined that it would be what it is today. In the earliest days, we were living in a very small mountain village called Caslow in British Columbia. And while our two small children played on the living room floor, we spent our evenings working on our business plans and gathering fax numbers. Yes, fax numbers to send our marketing material to. Faxing was also the primary way people registered for workshops for the first few years, if you can believe it. Our first offices were in our homes, and before we had any other staff, I would be making my kids breakfast, and the office phone would ring, and I'd have to drop everything, except hopefully a child, to go answer it. My daughter says she remembers being trained to be quiet when I was on the phone. There was no separation between work and life. They were one and the same. But as we grew, we had to learn along the way how to manage this growing company. Initially, we did everything, from working with participants and clients, answering phones and emails, accounting, content creation, and marketing. And this meant we were doing things that we weren't necessarily educated for or equipped to do. I was the primary IT person in the company for many years. And while I might have been the best person at the time, I certainly wouldn't call myself an expert in this area. But we learned what we needed to know, and we figured it out as we went. And here, I have to give Randy credit, because I was often the one saying, "This is impossible. You can't be serious." But as I'm sure many of our past and current employees would also say, Randy doesn't believe in impossible. He believes there's always a way through, over, or around a challenging task or idea. And he's often right. He has been a driving force in helping us see that even when we don't think we can do something, if we persevere, get creative, and keep trying, there's usually a way. And as a result, we've done things that seemed unimaginable, like being one of the largest providers of professional development training in Canada, or starting a publishing company, which now produces one book each year. But none of this would have been possible if we hadn't attempted to do things that were outside of our comfort zones. We had to overcome fears, imposter syndrome, judgment, and criticism. We had to stay positive and believe in what we were doing. We also couldn't have got where we are today without the help of our amazing staff and trainers. Yes, we did eventually hire others who knew more about certain things than we did, and were able to help us be better than we could have been without them. I'm very happy to say I no longer have to be our accountant or IT person. One of those people we hired is our first speaker today, Wendy Loewen. Wendy is a longtime friend of mine. We actually met many years ago when we were both homeschooling our children. She's now also my coworker as the managing director of Achieve and has been leading the effort to organize this conference. She's going to set the tone for the day, inspiring us to all embrace our unique challenges and harness our unique strengths. She'll also be sharing what we heard from the respondents of our recent Women in Leadership survey. Once again, thank you all for being here, and I hope you enjoy the conference.
So I was telling my neighbor, my little neighbor girl who's all of 5 years old, about this conference. And she's always interested in the world of work. And she said, "A conference? I don't even know what a conference is." And I said, "Well, we're going to be getting together a bunch of people. We're going to be on Zoom. We're going to be talking and telling stories." And she looked at me and she went, "Oh, this is not good." She said, "I just went to a birthday party on Zoom and there were no games and there was no cake." So I can't provide you with any cake today, but I did think that we would start off with a bit of a game. And in my family, we didn't play board games or card games, but my dad told us over dinner and when we had company, he'd give us a lot of riddles and logic puzzles to solve. So here's a riddle to start us off for today. A daughter and a mother are out for the evening. Now, there's an accident, and sadly, the mother dies and her daughter is rushed to the hospital. When she's admitted to the hospital, the nurse comes in, takes one look at the girl and says, "I can't attend to her. This girl is my daughter." How can this be? This is the picture most of us have in our mind when we hear that particular riddle. For most of us, this image is of the nurse as a woman, and it makes the riddle hard for us to solve. We find it kind of confounding to think about what might be going on here. Now, however, in this scenario, the nurse is a man. And so when we see that, it's really then kind of easy to solve the riddle, right? Now, the reality is in 2019, 91% of nurses were females. So, you know what? Nursing does continue to be a female-dominated profession. That particular riddle that we just went through is a variant of a classic riddle that's been used for many years in research to demonstrate gender bias. And it goes kind of like this, and you'll get the repeat version here. A father and a son are out for the evening. There's an accident, and the father is killed. The son is rushed to the hospital. The surgeon rushes in, takes one look at the boy and says, "I can't operate on that boy. He's my son." How can this be? Again, you know the story now. For most of us, this is the image that we have in our mind, a male surgeon. However, if you got, which you probably did this time around, that the surgeon was the boy's mother, you've probably either heard this riddle before or you're a very part of a small percentage of people who quickly catch on to gender bias. In fact, we know from the research that's been done, about 14% of people can solve this riddle correctly. Now, think about the fact that we even feel compelled to say at times male nurse or female doctor. I think part of this is because we have a really clear understanding of what gender is typically a nurse or what gender is typically a surgeon. So riddles like the one we've just talked about present what we call gender inconsistent stereotypes. They don't conform to how we think men or women should act, talk, or the roles that they should hold. So how do we get here? Why is it that we so quickly fall to these assumptions about roles and expectations that are based on gender? So I don't think there are any real simple answers, but I think that there are some important things for us to consider. So let's just reflect a tiny little bit on some of the historical factors that have shaped how we have come to understand leadership and also women in leadership roles within the workplace. So so think about this. These factors, these practices are from, they're historical factors. They've come from the past, but they still continue to shape our understanding of the workplace. So there are things like religious practices, understanding how men and women should relate to each other. And these are, for some of us, these are very deeply embedded in our value system and in our belief system. In my religious background, I often heard that, women should submit, they should obey. It was very, clear about when it was okay for them to speak up and when they needed to be silent. And then there's cultural practices where, the man is the breadwinner and the woman, I call it tends the 3 H's, the home, the hearth, and the heart. So the woman is, responsible for the household, being focused on the children and their happiness, taking care of the elderly. These are all practices that inform our gender norms and our gender expectations. And then the last one that I just want to touch in on is this idea of how education has been restricted for many years. Many universities didn't even allow women to access higher education or faculties like law or medicine until the late 40s or 50s. Now, we've seen some pretty great strides. Religious institutions are realizing that the voice of women is really important. Culturally, we now have role models of women in non-traditional roles, and we recognize that, to not have children is a very legitimate choice. And culturally or educationally, we've recognized that actually, if you think about Canada right now, there are more women who have post-secondary education than men do. So we've made strides in terms of religion and our culture and our educational access. But gender inequality is not a thing of the past. And this is something that came out in our survey. We recently conducted a survey to find out the experience of women in the workplace, and especially when it comes to expectations around leadership. We had 774 people respond to a set of 20 questions. Some of you may have filled out that survey. Big thank you to those of you who contributed. And as well, we gave space for people to share their ideas, their thoughts, and their experiences. And we received hundreds and hundreds of comments. So we analyzed the data and we also looked at the comments. And today I want to share with you what we found. So here's one comment from one survey respondent. And this aligns with a lot of other research on the state of gender equity and equality in our workplace. On March 8th, 2020, just prior to getting ready for what was going to be the in-person conference, I read a news article that said, Canadian women on track to reach gender equality in 164 years. Now, that means that I won't see it. Neither will my children, neither will their children or their children, should they choose to have them. We're kind of hoping for the next generation. So I think a starting place is to realize that biases still exist. This gender equality is not something that we have reached, because awareness is the first step in being able to change something. We can't change what we don't recognize. So when we looked at our survey data, there were 3 big themes that jumped out. And I want to highlight them here. And then in the rest of my presentation, I want to unpackage each one of them a bit. So the first one is that women in workplaces, in leadership positions, it should not be assumed that their experience is the same as their male counterparts. So that was the first theme. The second was that gender biases, gender expectations make it difficult for women to know how to behave in ways that's actually going to advance them in leadership. And the third one was that gender equality is not only a woman's issue. So let's explore the first theme. But before we do, I think there's an elephant in the room that we want to address. We at Achieve do not believe that pointing the finger and blaming men is helpful. What we do believe is that working together, working collaboratively, reframing the move to equality is a way that's going to allow us to actually advance. We need to share our experiences to work together for change. A couple of years ago, I was at a conference and one of the speakers was bashing men and making fun of their leadership style and blaming them. And this was really, really uncomfortable for me. Our workplaces have historically been the place of men. And so they organized it in a way and structured it in a way that worked for them. Now, I think this kind of makes sense. The problem is, or the difficulty is, the struggle, the challenge that we have now is that our workplaces have equal number of men and women. But our structures, our expectations, our policies, those expectations around roles, who does what and what leadership looks like, hasn't changed. We haven't quite caught up. So back to that first theme. When workplaces have women in leadership positions, we shouldn't assume that their experience is the same as their male counterparts. The highest places of power in organizations have typically been held by men. And added to that, white Caucasian men. They defined years ago what leadership looked like and the structures of our workplaces. And these implications are demonstrated in somewhat, sometimes hidden ways. Sometimes they're overt, but sometimes they're really hidden. Take, for example, the standard office temperature. The formula to determine office temperature was based on the metabolic resting rate of a 40-year-old man who weighs about 70 kilograms or 154 pounds. What we now know, recent research has showed us that the metabolic resting rate of young females performing light office work is significantly lower than that of men. So what does this mean? This means that most offices are about 5 degrees too cold for women. And it leads to this scene that will be familiar for many of you. How many of you are familiar with this? Women wrapped up in their blankets at their desk or having their own private heater while their male counterparts walk around in their t-shirt. You can give me like a hands up or a thumbs up if this is something that resonates with you. For my husband and I, we experience this in our car when we drive. We need different temperatures. So let me give you a personal example to illustrate where who makes the decisions, like the temperature, has implications that they may not even be aware of. And the impact that it has on others, those decisions, may not be readily apparent. My youngest son, who's 19, is home due to COVID studying. And so we're negotiating a lot of things in our home that primarily revolve around how our kitchen is organized and when things get cleaned up. The other day, I walked into the kitchen and I couldn't find the cereal. I asked him, Micah, where's our cereal? Well, he'd put it on top of the fridge. And I asked him, well, why did you put it up there? And he said, well, it doesn't make sense where we normally keep it because the milk is here. I can open the fridge with one hand. I can grab the cereal with the other. I can close the fridge door with my knee and it's all there in one fell swoop. Now, the problem is, I'm not 6'2", so I can't reach that high as easily as he can. He wasn't trying to hide the cereal from me. He wasn't trying to make it difficult for me to get it. He had his own perspective. So women in our workplace have very unique perspectives as well. And we need to hear these. We need to have them on the table, these voices, so that we can make a workplace that works for all of us. Sheryl Sandberg, in her book Lean In, talks about realizing only when she was big and bloated and pregnant and trudging across the parking lot that they needed a parking lot or a parking spaces closer to the main door for those women who were working in their workplace that were pregnant. So she told the founder at the time, Sigbjørn, about this, and he said he was embarrassed that he hadn't thought of that. So here we have, and they created a pregnancy parking lot. So here we see one woman in leadership making a change that trickles down to all the women in that workplace. So I need to be able to tell my son that the cereal on top of the fridge isn't working for me. And then we can make a change and we can figure out what to do next. If I don't have that opportunity, nothing changes. And I think the same is true in our workplaces. We need to hear the experience of women. So one important reason we need women in leadership is so that we can make decisions that work for all of us. Now, I think the starting place is to recognize that we can be in the same environment, the same workplace, and have very, very different experiences. Now, when women, remember that, have leadership positions, it shouldn't be assumed that their experience is the same of their male counterparts. So just like we saw with the example of the office temperature, it's fine for one group, not so comfortable for the other. I'd like to illustrate this idea with a personal story. So this is me last summer. We had, my family and I went on a holiday to Victoria, BC. We rented a really lovely house with a big deck. Here's me lounging on the front deck. I'm sipping my coffee and reading Melinda Gates' Moment of Lift. Highly recommend it, by the way. It's a fantastic book. Now here's my family. They're just steps from the deck in the pool. My kids, my husband, everybody's doing exactly what they want. Now, those of you who have families and have gone on holidays or have been in a family, grown up in a family and gone on holidays, you know that you often have to negotiate to keep everybody happy. There's more to family holidays than these Instagram pictures of my 3 children putting their arms around each other. There's always a backstory. So years ago, we initiated a tradition in our family for holidays that each person gets to pick one activity and then everybody participates in that activity. So my choices usually run in the realm of, art galleries, museums, bookstores are an absolute favorite. So this is a picture that I took on my day where we went to a curated bookstore. We walked around downtown. We went to a stationery store as well. And then we rounded the evening out with a nice leisurely dinner of some Mexican food. This is my actual picture that I took. So that was my day. Now, before I tell you one of my family's choices, I need to also tell you one thing about myself. I am afraid of heights. I mean, the kind of afraid of heights that my feet tingle when we drive across a bridge or I start to get about 2 rungs up on a ladder. This was my family's choice. They picked an outdoor adventure park called Wild Play. If you go to the website, it reads, all kinds of cool obstacles high up in the sky. This is a picture of my 2 children hollering up to me saying, "Mom, you got this," as I climb the ladder on my way up to do a free fall from 30 feet in the air. After that, we did the zip line. I feel my feet tingling actually as I'm telling you this story. Here we are at the end of the day. There's my son, Micah. He's at the front with the white running shoes and the black shorts. The same one who hid the cereal. We're just happy to be alive at the end of this. Turns out he's a little bit afraid of heights as well. The rest of my family, they are ready to go. My son and I made it through the first level. He made it through the first 2. My husband, my daughter, and my oldest son made it through all the levels, the last one, which is called the ninja level, and thought that we should come back the next day and do it again. So the same is true in our workplaces. One person's experience may not be another. So think of this as for women in our workplace. Their experience may not be and often is not the same experience as men. And a large part of making our workplaces more equitable is being able to recognize this. So to wrap up looking at this first theme, same environment, but different experiences, we'll take a look at this quote here. We need to all be able to share our perspectives and our experiences so that we can create workplaces that work for all of us. So if you are the survey respondent who sent out this response to us, thank you very much. Here's our second research theme. The idea that gender biases and expectation make it really difficult for women to figure out, to know how to behave in ways that are going to advance them in leadership. Now, I think this theme makes sense given that first theme. If our expectations in our work or our experiences in our workplace are different, then it may not be so clear for us what we need to do to advance ourselves in leadership. So gender roles have changed. We know we have half our workforce is women. We have women in leadership roles, although certainly not equally represented in senior management. We have the image of the corporate woman, the woman leading the team, women in non-traditional roles. But the reality is that those gender expectations that we have they're still there. And also, they are in contrast with what we see as the qualities of a good leader. And there's still a gender bias around that as well. So this puts us in kind of like a catch-22, so to speak. So if you are a good woman, you exhibit certain characteristics. You are gentle, you are polite, you are accommodating, you are happy, you keep the peace, you're focused on others, you're nurturing. So that's what you need to do in order to be deemed a good person, a good woman. But in order to be seen as an effective leader, now here's the sting, right? We still conceptualize leadership qualities as things like being able to execute strategy, being bold, decisive, to make tough decisions, being directive, being strong, being aggressive. In fact, if we look at that word aggressive in terms of performance reviews, for a woman, aggressive is seen as a criticism. It's like, you need to be less aggressive. But for men, when we look at how it's used in performance reviews, they need to be more aggressive. So if I'm an effective leader, I'm not a good woman. And if I'm a good woman, I'm not an effective leader. So because this is the classic definition of what leadership is, and we hold to that. They're changing, and we hope to be a part of that, but they still have a hold on us. Now, in this quote, we hear the sting of being caught between these two less than desirable outcomes. So if a woman is too empathetic, she's a softie, but if she's firm and stands up for what she believes, she has a less than favorable connotation. Here too, we see the same actions being perceived in a very different light. So a woman who's seen as assertive and dealing with things, they're often conceptualized as being mean or aggressive, whereas for a man, it's seen to be taking action. And in this particular survey quote, we hear how difficult and potentially exhausting it can be to sort through this catch-22, trying to play both sides, as the respondent said so eloquently. Here's some survey data, some numbers for you. And I think it's interesting and perhaps not unsurprising what we heard. Empathy is seen to be helpful for both men and women, but it's more helpful for women. Assertiveness is more helpful for men, and attractiveness is seen as more helpful for women. So that wraps up our second theme. Let's take a look at our third theme. Gender equality is not only a woman's issue. And this was a theme that came up over and over again. In fact, it came up that it's a pretty complicated issue and that it's going to require us to collaborate and to work together if we're going to make any headway in addressing the issue. There's a lot of layers that are involved in reaching gender equality and gender equity. So we heard over and over in our research that gender bias is harmful to all of us, to all genders, and that we need to work together to bring about equality. So gender equality is about helping everybody. It's about saying you're a part of this workplace and your gender does not discriminate your opportunities to grow or to learn as a leader. So gender biases don't just hurt women, they hurt all of us. And here on this PowerPoint slide, there's a picture of my dad and I, and the other is of my dad reading. Gender stereotypes and expectations affected my father deeply. He was one of 5 siblings, and he was the first to move away from his home to go to university. 56 years ago, he left the family farm to go what was at the time called Teachers College. Now, his dad didn't think education was necessary. After all, my dad was needed on the farm. And there were people in his community that even thought education was dangerous. It would lead him away from his religious roots. So after he graduated from Teachers College, my dad accepted a position in a small remote community in Canada's north. 11 years later, after living in the north, his brother called him to say, would you come back to the family farm? They needed him. And as a result, he returned home with my mom, my brother, and myself. And he worked for many years on the farm and he retired. That was his livelihood. Many, many years later in his retirement, he and I were sitting on our deck and he was smoking his pipe. I took advantage of the time to ask him some questions about his past. And we talked about a lot of things, but one thing in particular struck me. And I'd never known this. He told me that he felt like he never lived up to the expectations of being on the farm. He wasn't a man's man. He couldn't fix machinery like his brother could. He didn't like the long hours on the tractor. And he somehow felt guilty that in some way he hadn't lived up to the expectations of a husband, a father, or a brother. My dad was a kind gentleman. He enjoyed the life and he gave much to his family and the communities that he entered. But he was constrained by this idea of the gender expectations of his generation. So I think it's really easy to focus on the ways that gender bias restricts men, restricts women. It's easy to focus on the ways that gender bias restricts women, it does. It really does. But it also restricts men and it restricts other genders as well. So this is a picture of my dad doing what he loved to do. So, and when we limit our definitions of what leadership is, and we don't make room for not just those gender expectations to evolve, but also for how we define leadership, we are limiting ourselves in our workplaces. Our gender should not determine how effective we will be. It doesn't determine how effective we will be as a leader. And gender does not denote leadership. Rather, I really believe strongly that it is our character, our quality, the qualities we want in our leaders that we should focus our energy on. And we want to work together to redefine what qualities really matter to us in leadership and what kind of world do we want to live in? What kind of workplace do we want to work together to create? Now, to conclude, our survey data revealed that organizations who are committed to hearing the perspective and the experiences of women and are also committed to equal gender representation actually see better results. So we know that organizations who are committed to equal gender representation, this is what we've heard. 80% say their workplace is a healthy workplace culture. 84% said they have opportunities for leadership development. 86% said their teams work well together. And 92% said that their organization was successful. I think those are some really powerful numbers. The message was really clear. If we are going to continue to make the necessary changes, our best chances are that we do this together. And the last comment in my presentation is from one of our survey respondents, and it kind of vibrates with energy and positive optimism, and I'd like to have it close out my presentation. 164 years to gender equality is a prediction. It's not a prophecy. So I am hopeful that we can listen to each other, that we can recognize we all have our own experience of work, and that these biases, these expectations around gender and leadership keep us trapped, and that by working together, we can move towards a healthy workplace culture. So thank you very much for your time and your listening ear. I would welcome any feedback in the chat function. Feel free to zip away on there. And then I'm going to shift gears here a little bit and let you know I am going to be introducing each of the speakers. And again, as Heidi said, we need a little bit of transition time to do some cleaning as our speakers come in. So bear with us. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers here today. And, you know, when I was thinking about our time here, a full day sitting on Zoom, and I know that's a long day to sit in front of your computer screen. Let's try and reconceptualize what we're doing here. I had a flashback to being a youth, and we did a lot of camping in our back pasture in the summer. And some of the village kids, my cousins, my friends, we'd make campfires and we got to sleep out under the stars. I often asked my mom, we were somewhat neglected as children. We could play for hours by the creek and in the back forest. And we told stories, we laughed, we sometimes got teary when somebody would reveal something that was too personal. But most of all, I really remember those times just expanding my understanding of who my small circle of friends were and how diverse their experiences were. So I really hope that kind of same circle for us here today, that we're going to expand our understanding of leadership, that we're going to be challenged in our journey, that we're going to share our stories in this safe place to bounce ideas off of each other and to learn from each other. You know, I'm guessing you're going to hear presentations and ideas today that are going to they're going to deeply resonate with you. And then there's going to be others that you're going to go, oh, I really need to explore that. I want to dig in. I want to learn more about that. And you know what? You're probably going to even encounter ideas that you disagree with. You might have already. And I would encourage us to to leave our criticism and our judgment, to leave that behind us, and rather to take this opportunity to really listen and to learn from each other, both from the various presentations we're going to hear and in our time in our breakout rooms, where you're going to have the opportunity to discuss and to meet new people who are taking part in this conference, so you can share your own experiences and your ideas. So this is our opportunity not to say that we have all the answers, but rather to trust that in our conversations, in our dialogue, there's a lot of potential for growth and for change to begin to take root. Now, as we move through today, you're going to hear so many inspirational speakers, and I'm very proud to say every single one of our speakers have volunteered to do so free of charge, so that all of the proceeds from this conference can go to Seed Winnipeg. So you are contributing not only to your own development and the learning of each other by sharing in your groups, but you are also contributing to the great work of Seed Winnipeg. And it's my honor now to introduce Louise Simbandumwe. She's going to tell you about the programs that are being supported by the proceeds of this conference. Louise has got just an amazing bio. She is the co-director at Seed. She played a role in developing their financial empowerment programs that have been copied by other organizations in Manitoba, Alberta, Ontario, BC, and is now a part of a part of 100 organizations here in Winnipeg. Louise is a former refugee. She's very passionate about human rights and economic justice, she's got Amnesty International, the Public Interest Law Center Advisory Committee, and the Immigration Partnership Winnipeg City Council as her volunteer commitments, in addition to being co-director. She has taught many courses on financial empowerment, community development, and human rights advocacy. She has a Bachelor of Commerce from the University of Saskatchewan, a Master's in Comparative Social Research from Oxford University, where she studied as a Rhodes Scholar. I will turn it over to Louise.
Thanks so much, Wendy, for that very kind introduction. My co-director, Carinna, and I were both deeply honored when Wendy approached us out of the blue and indicated that Achieve had chosen our Indigenous Women Exploring Business and our Immigrant and Newcomer Women Exploring Business programs to receive net proceeds from the conference. We feel fortunate to have these programs recognized in this way, and I also feel exceedingly fortunate to be working at SEED. When I completed my graduate studies in England, I had a very specific dream job. It didn't matter what country, it didn't matter what organization. What I was really passionate about doing was I wanted to work on a project helping immigrant women start small-scale businesses. So I was really thrilled when I was hired to work at SEED, an agency that was committed and continues to be committed to addressing poverty through community economic development. So SEED stands for Supporting Employment and Economic Development. Our amazing founding executive director at the time provided us all with the mentorship, the support, and the encouragement to shape and build programs. And that is how I found myself writing a proposal to the Canadian Women's Foundation for an immigrant women's microenterprise programs 3 years after I started working at SEED. The initial pilot had gone through several iterations since we first launched it, and successive staff members have improved and expanded on the model. I think it's pretty well unrecognizable from how it started so many years ago. We're now running culturally responsive, holistic programs for both Indigenous women and immigrant women. We use a strength-based approach. The women in the program go through a process of mapping out the assets they have and how they plan to build on these assets to achieve their goals. One thing that has always inspired me when I worked as a business consultant was the commitment of the women I worked with to not only create a sustainable livelihood for themselves by launching a business, but they always had a broader vision of using their business as a vehicle for supporting others. One shining example of that is Sumega. She immigrated from India, and after accessing our business support program, she launched a successful information technology firm called NSD Tech. It was actually featured on a national news program. I can't actually remember if it was CTV or CBC, but I was just so pleased when I saw her talking about launching a business in Canada as an immigrant. She is committed to providing employment for other women in what is often a male-dominated industry. She's also willing to mentor other program participants by presenting as part of panels at our training sessions with other entrepreneurs. She helped us, Carinna and I, with our pitch to the Canadian Women's Foundation again for the latest iteration of the program. And she also supports our work as a member of SEED's board of directors. So she's gone from being a program participant and now she's essentially my boss. I really want to thank Achieve for organizing this important conference. It offers us all the opportunity to reflect on expanding our leadership potential as women. It was because of the enabling environment created by SEED's founding executive director that we were able to create customized entrepreneurship programs for other women. And entrepreneurs like Sumega continue to pay it forward by creating pathways to employment for other women in our community. And we all have an opportunity to follow her lead by thinking of the steps we can take to foster an enabling environment for women in leadership. Thanks to the generosity of Achieve, by attending this conference, you are contributing to unleashing the entrepreneurial aspirations of Indigenous and immigrant women. These types of programs are needed now more than ever, as we have become keenly aware COVID-19 has had a disproportionate impact on the most financially vulnerable women. Focused efforts are required to ensure that they do not get behind in what is shaping up to be a very uneven economic recovery. So thanks so much for contributing to this effort by being here today. If you have any questions or comments, please feel free to put them in the chat. Thank you so much.
You're now going to have the opportunity to get to meet some of the participants here today. You're going to be part of a small group that's going to meet throughout the morning. So this is the same group you will stay with up until our lunch break. And you're hopefully going to have the chance to meet some new people, share your stories, and then to reflect on the presentations that you're going to hear today. So in just a minute, we're going to put you into breakout rooms to meet each other. I'm going to really encourage you to, if this is something that's new for you and it feels outside of your comfort zone, just do it anyways. Unmute yourself, turn your camera on, say hello, whether you're in your pajamas or you're in your office. Take the opportunity to get to know the other people who are taking part in the conference. So I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself in alphabetical order by way of first names. Tell just a bit about yourself and what brought you to the conference. And we'll give you a shout out in terms of when it's time to come back to the larger group. You'll be brought back. So plan on about 7 minutes in your breakout room. Make sure that you give everybody the opportunity to say hello and to introduce themselves. So off you go into the virtual world. Great. Welcome back. I am so very pleased to be able to introduce our next speaker, Jessica Dumas. Just a little bit of a backstory. Jessica was one of the first presenters that I asked if she would be interested in contributing to the conference. And we met for breakfast, and I had expected her to say, well, you know, I'll check my schedule. I'll get back to you in the next week or so.
Hi, sorry about that. She
pulled out her phone, looked at her calendar and went, that should work. So thank you, Jessica. Jessica, I'll give you a little bit of a background to Jessica. She is president of Jessica Dumas Coaching and Training. She's been recognized for many things, one of them among her professional expertise through her nomination as a finalist in both CBC Manitoba's Under 40 in 2015 and also 2017 Future Leaders of Manitoba. She is the chairperson of the Aboriginal Chamber of Commerce. She is the chair for the Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce and a member of the City of Winnipeg's Mayor Indigenous Advisory Circle. She is a thoughtful, inspiring presenter and leader. I turn it over to you, Jessica.
Thank you so much, Wendy. My sound is on. I'm not on mute, right? Okay, good. Good. Well, thank you so much for inviting me to be here. I remember that day, and first of all, I miss meeting people in person, but I love events like this. And anytime I attend one of the things that I hear the most is we need more events like this. We need more events where women are sharing their stories and encouraging one another. So that's why I'm happy to be here and share this message with you today. So what I want to share with you is 5 things that no one tells you about leadership. And so these are things that I've either learned on my own, or it was a piece of advice that someone had given to me that I didn't know at the time how powerful that piece of advice was going to be. And my hope is that by hearing these 5 things, that at least one of them might stand out for you, and it might help you recognize a place that maybe you're holding yourself back. I hope that it motivates you to find the courage to identify where you are in your journey and recognize what is that next step that I need to take in my leadership journey. When I say leadership, what I'm talking about is, I mean, social influence. To me, leadership it's really important to identify the impact that we're making on our community, our family, and our workplaces. And as women, that often also means in our homes. And maybe where you are today, leadership looks like simply asking for a raise. Maybe it means like applying for that job that maybe you're not 100% qualified for. Maybe it means applying for that board position in an organization that serves a community that you care about. And maybe it means starting your own business, or taking one step closer to those goals and those dreams that you have in your notebook full of your half-finished plans and ideas. Last October, I was sworn in as the first Indigenous female to chair the Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce. And I was being interviewed by a journalist at the Free Press, and he was talking about a few of the times that I had been recognized as a leader. And back to what Wendy was mentioning, it was the 40 under 40, Manitoba's top 40 under 40, and future leaders of Manitoba. And during our conversation, and he used the word leader a couple of times, and he sort of adjusted his step as we were talking face to face. And he says, "You seem unusually comfortable about being referred to as a leader, and why is that?" And I responded with, what's true in my heart today is that leadership is not about me. It's about accepting the responsibility to take care of my community. And I strongly believe in that today. So where did I start, or where did I start getting comfortable with that term leader? Well, first of all, I left a corporate job, and I thought it'd be fun to start that way because I hear a lot of entrepreneurs start how they left the corporate world. So that's where I'll start. I left a corporate job. At the time, I was a single parent of 3 young boys. And besides parenting them on my own, which of course is one of the scariest things in the world, leaving the stability of the only job that I knew since high school was also one of the scariest things that I'd ever done. People that I was talking to around that time would tell me that I was crazy. I can't think of one person who at the time encouraged me and said that it was a good idea for me to leave my corporate job. What I did hear was, but you have such a good job. You have pay increases, you have a pension, you have benefits, seniority, and all of these things that keep you in a corporate job. And actually they also had a really good top up for mat leave, which I'm really thankful that I was there for the time. But I also knew I wasn't having any more babies. But I came to a point in my life where I desperately needed change. I shared in a TED Talk. If you haven't seen that, I encourage you to look it up. But I share the story of how I lost my brother. I lost him tragically. It was a really public thing. At the time I got divorced, my home life was raising 3 boys. And so that in itself had its own challenges. But I couldn't understand the whole race of why we spend the most hours of our waking hours doing work that we didn't love. And I wanted to do something that brought me joy. I wanted to do something where I could use the skills that I wanted to use. I wanted to go be happy going to work and have it be something fun. What a crazy idea for someone to think that that is possible. And that's the message that I got from everyone that I talked to. The corporate message was, someone had actually said this to me when I was working there, so bear with me. Make all you can all you make, and sit on the can. Let me know if you've heard that. I heard someone say that and I was like, no way, I don't want my life to be like that. And there were so many times in my life where I had seen the worst case scenario. I had experienced stress and emptiness, but I was still hopeful. I was still excited that there could be an upside. There has to be something better than this. And so the first thing that I had to learn was that I had to say yes before I was ready. I had an opportunity for the reason that I would have left this corporate job. I had an opportunity. It was with an organization where I had done volunteer work for years. And this time I would get to be a department manager. I would get to hire staff. I would get to train staff, but it would be the first time that I was managing staff. And all of these things were super exciting and at the same time scared the crap out of me. But I was so excited for the opportunity to do something new. And as I mentioned already, I was desperately in for a change. I was looking for a way out of what I was becoming to know. I knew this opportunity was going to be right for me because I had that time to volunteer and really get to know the industry and the organization. It was in restorative justice. But it was still scary leaving the foundation and the comfort of what a corporate organization can offer you. And I thought, well, I'm a parent, a single parent to 3 boys. I have to make a responsible decision. I need to think about this. I need to weigh the pros and the cons. I need to line things up. Is there questions that I'm not asking that I should be asking? Because what if it didn't work out? What if it failed? What if I left this corporate job and I don't have this new job? What's going to happen with me? What's going to happen with my kids? What if this was a bad idea? Was another thing that was really loud in my head. What if all of the people telling me that this wasn't a good idea, what if they were right? And what if the only way for me to succeed was to stay and continue on this path that I was on? So my choices were, do I stay and just wonder what that part of my life could have ever been like? Maybe I explore within this company, is there somewhere within the company that I can move to that'll help fulfill and help me identify what it is my purpose and make me feel like I was fulfilled at work? Or do I make this very scary choice, a choice full of unknowns, a choice full of unexpected challenges that I could never predict, but possibly growth in a new experience? And as I mentioned before, possible failure is always an outstanding question. What if this happens? And clearly, you know that I picked the scary route because I wanted it so bad. I didn't want to go to that same job anymore. I didn't want to be a part of that race where everyone is going to work, working Monday to Friday, getting paid and paying their bills. Your test works. And I didn't want that anymore. My want for something new and exciting was bigger than the fear. So I had to say yes. And I had to say yes before I was ready. Because if I didn't, I don't know when I would have ever made that change. As a single mom and the challenges that I was dealing with in my home life already, it would have been really hard for me to find a way to prepare any other way. So I had to say yes. I had to decide. It's just happening. And so it's funny now when people ask, are you ready? And I'm like, are you ever ready? Maybe there are things that happen in your life that you're legitimately ready, but most times you're not going to be ready and you just have to jump in. And I've had the best work experience and I've learned the best about my skills when I've just jumped in and said yes. Also, at the job that I did, the one that I ended up taking, there was a period for me where this was my dream job. I loved the work that I did. I was making more money. I was meeting more people. I gained such amazing experiences and I had really good benefits. So I didn't have to worry about missing out on that. But I gained experience that I would never have gained if I didn't say yes. So I want to encourage everyone listening, and I see that everyone's sitting comfortably. If you have a pen and a paper, if you have your notebook open on your computer, I want to give you a few things to reflect on. So when it comes to saying yes, I want you to think about where's a place that you are inspired to say yes, but you're holding back because of the fear. And how can you say yes today? The second thing, this one, they all get me excited, but this one gets me really excited. So the second thing is you don't have to wait for anyone's permission. Anytime I have a crazy idea, like becoming a life coach and telling the world I'm a life coach, starting my own training company, hosting an intimate women's event, or taking a trip by myself all alone to New York, I poll my friends. Does that sound familiar? I call my friends, I call all my favorite girlfriends that I confide in, and I tell them, I have this crazy idea, what do you think? And really what I'm doing is I'm waiting for them to say, oh, that's a good idea, and I think you should do it. But I realized, and I'll tell you a little bit about how I realized that, is first of all, you need really good friends before you don't need their permission. Maybe that's not accurate for me to say that. It's valuable to have really good friends, but you don't need their permission. It's okay to poll your friends. It's okay to get that feedback and that input from your friends, your closest relatives, your partner, and people that you respect. But I learned that by talking to one of my really good friends, who is, I swear she's an angel. She's someone who I can be so honest with, to the point where I'm embarrassed that she knows so much about me, finally said to me one day, Jessica, you have everything within you already to do all the things that you want to do. You don't need to ask permission. And I was like, wow, she is so right. And when you start practicing being able to make your own decisions without seeking that approval and without seeking that permission, it becomes a habit. But it's a habit that we have to create, because we are taught in school, from nursery to grade 12 and on, that we need to ask permission. We're taught in those same years a particular way that we're expected as women to conform. So for example, here are a couple, and you've probably heard this before, that you need to look sexy all the time. You need to be put together all the time, right? Because if you're not, then you've let yourself go. You need to be a good mom, and it's dictated what that looks like. You need to be a good housekeeper, which I'll admit freely, I'm not the best housekeeper. I'd much rather be working on this presentation and having this discussion than doing my dishes. But we have to be polite. We have to go for what we want, but don't be too demanding, right? Blah, 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 blah. You've heard these things before. I'm not going to go through the entire list of lessons that we soak up without thinking about as we're growing up. And we say that's not the case anymore, but we're still structured around that culture, and we're working on it. And those of us here today, I trust that we're the ones that are making these changes. But in order to do that, we need to look at what are the rules that we can break. So where people might ask us to ask permission and then don't. So here are a few statements that I'm going to share, and I hope that you will recognize the sarcasm in these statements. So here's one. So imagine applying for a job that you're not qualified for. Who do you think you are? What about asking 17 questions because there's something that just doesn't sit right with you? How rude. What about talking about something that's so taboo in our society because we like to keep that a secret? We don't want to talk about that. What's your problem? Are you not happy at home? My point is, it's okay for us to do things and talk about things and make that stretch of following our intuition without asking anybody else's permission. It's okay for us to wake up and act on this brilliant idea that we had last night at 1 a.m. without anyone's permission. It's okay for us to follow our passion. It's okay for us to act on it. And it's okay for us to be bold, be strong, be confident, and step out and do that thing without asking anybody's permission. And so I ask you now to think about an area where you might be kind of hoping and looking for some support by your peers, because it's that safety net of approval. But where can you just be like Nike in 1988 and just do it? I want you to think about, where is it in your life that you don't need to continue looking for permission, but you're just going to step out and do it. And I'll also assure you that you save time, you save energy when you just give yourself permission to love yourself, to believe in yourself, and to just do it. Especially, and this is one of my favorite things, is when no one understands it. So the third thing that I'm going to share with you is, this is something I learned on my own when it comes to leadership, is you'll often be alone. I feel like this is something that I want to tell everyone when we talk about leadership, is not everyone is going to support you. You're often going to be alone. As your life begins to change and you start to drop some habits and look at what's holding me back because I want to let these go and move forward. You start preparing your mindset to up level in an area of your life, assessing all the negativity and the positivity around you. You're going to lose friends. Really good people might not be comfortable with you believing in yourself and going for it. It's often because they can't see themselves doing it. It's not part of their structure or what they believe in, but it's also not part of what they've created you to be in their minds. And it's really hard not to take that personal, especially if it's a close friend or someone that you thought you had a really close tie with, but they can't see you going over this line. And if you go over that line, then you can no longer be friends. Someone said that to me years ago and I didn't believe it. And I thought, no way, like how could that be possible? It doesn't make any sense. Don't all my friends want me to succeed? But you've probably heard this by Jim Rohn before. The average of the 5 people, or sorry, you are the average of the 5 people that you surround yourself with. And if you're seriously wanting to grow yourself personally and professionally, you have to separate yourself from that current vibe of who it is that you're surrounding yourself with. And not everyone's going to support you. I talked about how when I wanted to leave that corporate job, and I can't think of one person that said that I should go for it, besides the person that was hiring me. They couldn't even offer me the safety of what it was that I was looking for. But it's within those times where you have to make a decision on your own. You have to step in front of yourself all alone and just keep showing up. Get dressed up, do your hair, wear what you want to wear, and keep showing up. I've gone to hundreds of gatherings and events for purposes that I believed in over the years. And I'd showed up at large meetings and conferences all by myself. And it didn't feel cool. I felt like a loser at times. I felt like I was that loner in high school again, which was not cool. But I didn't have a choice because it was that crowd that I wanted to surround myself with. But I had to show up by myself because there was no one else that was going to come and stand by my side. And that's something that you have to deal with in leadership, and I don't think anyone talks about it. The people that I spent my time with couldn't see my vision. They didn't understand my vision. And because of that, they didn't have the interest to support my vision. We couldn't have motivating conversations about how we should go for it, how we should act on our ideas, and how we want to change the world in the way that our skills and gifts allow us to do. So many people didn't understand my vision, and I had to come to a point where I decided it didn't matter. I saw my vision, and I couldn't always verbalize it, but it's still growing, but I've always known that it's there. And if I wanted to keep moving forward, I had to show up, even if that means showing up all by yourself. And eventually you start to see some familiar faces in this new network that you're building new relationships, getting new numbers in your phone, new people to meet with at these events. But then again, you become the average of the 5 people that you spend most of your time with. And if you are ready to take that next level up, you have to do it again. I'm trying to use up level a lot because I'm trying to make that a word. Someone told me it wasn't a word, and I was like, yeah, it's a word, up level. So here's number 4. And again, this is one that was shared with me by a friend, and one that has saved me time and energy. And what it was you don't have to fight every battle. As you've heard, I started a coaching and training company. I help women who want to raise their profile and make an impact. We do that through speaking. And among doing that and other things, I teach Indigenous awareness to businesses who are seeking to support truth and reconciliation and find ways to learn how to do that. And I've had lots of opportunities to do that. I've worked with some of our universities here in Manitoba. I've worked with larger movements across Canada to just be part of that discussion and bring that discussion to new places to build stronger relationships, because as I mentioned, community is really important to me. But when you start your business where you're sharing your personal story, it's a different type of investment. And something that's so meaningful to you, to carry that all the time can have its challenges within itself. Because really, ultimately, what I wanted to do and what my goal is to do is to change systems. And when you're doing that, you want to give it everything that you've got. You want to make every single effort, and you want to leave no one behind. But again, when you open up yourself like that and it's successful, which of course is what we want for everyone, part of what you're doing is you're recruiting community members, individuals, to accept this responsibility on their own. Because in order for us to move forward as a group, we need to have our own individual investment. But when you become known for this topic and your name is out there, people know this is what you do, then you get all kinds of questions sent to you from anywhere from email to Facebook messages. And here's one Facebook message that I got a couple years ago already. So I was still sort of a beginner. I'm, wanting to be a keener. I'm a Virgo, so a bit of a perfectionist. And I'm definitely someone who wants to be liked. I love people. I want them to love me back. But I also wanted to take my work seriously, and in areas that I focus on, I want to be seen as an expert. And I think that's each of our rights to do that. But I want to show respect in all of my relationships, and I want to do my best, and sometimes to the point of exhaustion, to help people find the answers when it comes to your expertise and leave no conversation behind. So at the time, I was wide open for business, meaning if they call me and if I can help, I'm going to do it. I'm going to find a way to do it and to help them find their answers. I quickly learned, thank goodness, that that's wrong. I learned I don't want to do it all, and I don't have to do it all, thank goodness. But it was still a challenge leaving conversations where I felt people were leaving without the answer or a resource to find their answer. So I get this message in my inbox, and I'm exhausted, but a woman who is a non-Indigenous woman asks me how she could get her Indigenous name. And so initially, my first response was, well, confusion. It's something that our community is working on, gaining our own strength and wisdom to reclaim cultural practices. So I was confused. But I didn't know what to do because I didn't want to leave her without an answer. And so I messaged a friend of mine, someone who does kind of similar work. She calls her work heart work. And I told her, I got this message. I'm trying to figure out how to respond to it. Plus, I'm a little upset because Indigenous people are still working on making that happen for themselves. So why should I tell you the cheat sheet when we're still trying to figure out how to do that for ourselves? Sorry. Anyway, my friend, we started laughing, but she says to me, her answer was simple. Her answer to me was simple. She said, sometimes self-care means preserving your energy. And I was like, oh, you mean I don't have to respond to her? Because the question that she asked me had brought up so much. It brought up so much of the history. There's so much education that goes into having this conversation. And I didn't have the energy for it. But through that conversation with my friend, I realized I don't have to fight every battle. I don't have to respond to every single inquiry. And then we kind of joked a little bit about how we should just give her a name. But I realized that as a business owner, as a parent, and as a leader, you don't have to fight every battle. It's important for us to in self-care, in taking care of our energy, in taking care of our time that we invest in who we want to become, to pick and choose the issues that matter to us most. Pick and choose the ones that are going to make the biggest and the best impact. And to know that it's okay to take time for you. It's okay to take time for rest. It's important to take time for self-care. So again, I pose you with another question. If there is a battle that is going on around you, maybe you're in the periphery of this battle, something that bothers you, but maybe you don't have the energy, and maybe you don't have to. So is there a place in your life where there's a battle that you don't have to fight and let it go? So I want you to think about where's the place for you in that. Since making that decision, I realized how much better it is, how much easier it is to not have all these little things that I have to respond to, and that I can spend more of my time and my energy in an area of focus that I want to. And it also helps you be more comfortable with saying no, which is another challenge that I think as people who are nurturers and people who want to give back and love have a hard time doing, is saying no. But saying no to an opportunity to participate in something that's maybe not part of your ultimate goal, maybe it's something that, you know, looks good. Yeah, that looks exciting. I want to do that. That's me all the time. But I've learned that it's too much energy. And in order for you to be successful at one thing, you can't do all the things. So it's okay to say no. And it's okay to not fight that battle. And now I'm at number 5. And what this tip is you have to speak up. Louder. So since I was young, I was a very quiet and shy person. I was very observant, and I just took everything in, but it took me a very long time to find my voice. And so some people that know me now that I talk all the time are probably like, what, really? The community that I grew up in, the home that I grew up in, didn't really support me in an emotional way for me to feel safe to speak out about what was on my mind. I got made fun of as a kid a lot, and so I learned to just shut up. And for years, because I didn't know anything about my identity, my family didn't talk about our culture, I didn't know that I had that right to be someone who was important. I didn't know that what I had to say mattered, because I'd never had that experience with that practice. It wasn't until I became a young mom at 19 years old when I started to feel, first of all, that responsibility. I have a son that I have to be a leader for now. I have to speak up. I always say that my son was the first man to change my life. He's 22 now. But growing up, I didn't have the support that I needed from my family to create the life that I wanted to create for my son. I wanted to offer him something different than what I had growing up. And I had to figure out what that was, because I didn't have people, I didn't have that influence in my home life for me to see what that could possibly be. So when I was a young mom, for one example, I decided I wanted to nurse my son because I read about it. I believe that it's probably a good thing. So I'm going to try it. And there were people in my family, some of the women in my family said, why are you doing that? Why are you putting yourself through all that work? Just give him a bottle. And so it was really hard for me to find that support, to be able to create the life that I wanted to create for him. And actually how I learned to do all the things that I did was usually from the nurses, from some of the teachers that I had in school, but also books and magazines. I read every single Today's Parent magazine. But speaking up for how I wanted to create this life for myself and my son, and eventually his 2 brothers, it was really scary for me because I didn't have that confidence to use my voice and to speak out about things that were really important to me and really emotional to me. But as I shared already, I really felt it was my responsibility. And if I'm going to do it, now's the time to start. So similar to when eventually I finally took that scary job, I left the corporate world to take this job as a manager in a nonprofit organization. I looked at the life that I created and the home that empowered me to say yes. And it was those skills that I gained at home by parenting and taking care of my kids that helped me feel qualified for managing people. Who knew? But over time, because I was continuously waiting for approval from my friends and from my peers to do something different or to share my opinion on something, it was new to me. It was so new to me, and it took me lots of years to get used to that. It was during my brother's provincial inquest. So I lost my brother in 2005. In 2008, we had a public provincial inquest. And it was during that time where I'm trying to figure out what is going on in my world that had just been shaken up. And so I had a lot of questions. And again, with that strength that I had started to build in my home as a mom, I took that out with me. And I started to push my comfort zone a little bit and realize there's some really important questions that I want to ask, and no one else is asking them. I have to ask these questions. And throughout the many conversations that I had over a few years, someone had said to me, "You're very articulate." And I was like, I don't really know what that means. I'm going to go look that up later. But interesting. And I think it was just that little bit of, adding flames to the fire of that energy that I knew I had within me, of that passion that I knew I had within me. And I was just looking for a little bit of support. Am I being crazy? Am I being nuts? Should I shut up? But receiving that one little piece of advice, I thought, okay, I can do this. If I can be articulate, if I'm coming across the right way, then I think I can keep going. And so I practiced. I practiced as much as possible, wherever possible. I practiced speaking up and speaking out about a lot of things. And sometimes I would practice speaking on a topic, maybe joining a conversation that I didn't necessarily know a lot about. And doing that allowed me to recognize that this conversation doesn't resonate with me. And that was a really valuable lesson also. So I learned to speak about more issues that were really important to me. And so I want to encourage you that there's got to be a place in your life where you want to speak up. And I invite you to join me on Instagram. I'm going to share my, share my Instagram handle with you, because I love talking about empowering women and empowering women to speak what's on their mind. So I invite you to join me there. But people are looking for leaders. People are looking for someone to stand up and be the first to raise their hand and be the first to say no, or the first to say, yes, I support that. People are looking for leaders. People are looking for women who have the heart and the passion that you do. And so where is it, I want you to reflect on this, where is it in your life that you need to speak up a little bit more? Where is there a place in your life that maybe it's a conversation that you want to get more involved in, maybe for learning, maybe for speaking. So what is that for you? And I want to share a little story that also was a big part of me stepping out and embracing my voice in a new way. So the family that I grew up in, we were safe, but my family, with the impacts of residential school and the trauma of the whole residential school era, that definitely continues to trickle down in my home today. And one of the ways that it was very strong in my home that I was growing up is we didn't tell each other we loved each other. We weren't very affectionate with each other. And it was something, of course, that I longed for. And it was something that, as a parent, I was like, I'm telling my kids as much as possible, even if it's weird for them and embarrassing for them in front of their friends, I'm going to tell them how much I love them. And so it took me a long time to get there, or not to get there with my kids, but to be able to expand that further than just me and my boys. And so my brother Matthew, who I mentioned passed away we lost him in 2005. He was 18 years old. And my family wasn't really close. And plus he was 7 or 8 years younger than me. So we weren't really close. I babysat him. We didn't spend time and hang out together, sort of thing. And he was a teenager. He was having a fight with his first girlfriend. They'd been dating for a while. We all loved her. And they were a cute young couple that knew nothing about life. And he came over one time and he was really upset. I went over to my mom's house, and he lived at my mom's house. And he was really upset, and he was angry and almost crying, and just didn't know how to express himself. I didn't know how to express myself. And for some reason, I don't think I told this story before. I think I'm going to cry now. For some reason, I felt a desire and just a strong calling, this strong pull to tell him that I loved him. And I think when he was a younger boy, when I babysat and played and all that sort of thing, it's easier. It's easier to, cuddle with and play with kids when you're tickling and tell them you love them. But as two grown kids, young adults, it wasn't something that we did. And I think about how amazing it was that I took that opportunity to put my arms around him and tell him that I loved him when it was not easy. It was not easy for me to do that. But thank goodness. And now my siblings, who I get to see once in a while, we tell each other all the time. We make it totally weird. But it took us a long time to get there. And so often we don't talk about things that are important to us. We don't share things that are really important to us because of the fear of rejection. What if they don't say it back? Maybe not your brother, but maybe someone else. But we all want belonging. And when you can have those really difficult conversations, and so when I talk about communication and speaking up, it's about speaking what's on your heart. It's about sharing a personal message, but it's also about having a conversation so that all of us can feel belonging. And I truly believe that we do that through storytelling. And many times, if you're wanting to start a conversation maybe it's a totally different realm, maybe it's not an intimate conversation with a family member or something like that. Maybe it's something different where you just want to be a part of this larger conversation that you see is happening in your community or in the world. And you start talking and you start sharing your message and your ideas, and you're sharing from the heart something that is so important to you. And you don't get a response. It's silent. I want to assure you, because I've learned this as well, is that there's always someone listening, because people are always looking for a leader, and not everyone is going to participate in that conversation, but there are always people that you don't even know that are behind you, that are applauding you and wanting you to go forward in your leadership because they believe in you and they want you to do that. And maybe you're the one. Maybe that desire for you to speak up about something is that one thing that's going to change your life. Maybe it's something that's going to change the lives around you. So I want to invite you to think about that one thing, that one area in your life that you need to speak up about, And maybe it's something simple like, I want to give more compliments to people. Maybe it's saying just thank you. Sometimes even saying thank you can be a challenge. But as I mentioned, I talk about this all the time on Instagram, so I invite you to join me there. I hope that you enjoy the rest of the conference, because a beautiful lineup. And I mentioned it when I started, and I'll say it again, that many of you may be feeling we need more of these conversations, right? Wendy shared a lot of stats about women in leadership and the challenges that we have in moving forward. But the more that we can have these conversations, the more that we can support each other and hold each other up, and maybe not have someone show up alone as often in your leadership journey. So I wish you all the best in your journey. I wish you the best in the conference, and lots of love to you. Thanks, Wendy.
Thank you so much, Jessica. That was both inspirational and challenging. Jessica talked about sharing your story and how important it is to identify those things in ourselves that we want to give voice to. I'm going to invite you now to return to that first breakout room and to spend a bit of time thinking about what jumped out for you, what struck you about Jessica's story, which of those, challenges that she put forward tweaked for you. And I'm going to give you, you're going to have 10 minutes in your breakout rooms to share and to discuss what jumped out for you. When you come back out of those breakout rooms, in 10 minutes, there will be a coffee break slide on. We will go directly to a 10-minute coffee break, refreshment break, stretch your legs, get some fresh air, and then we will come back with our next speaker. So I invite you again to take this opportunity to share your stories in your breakout rooms, unmute yourself, turn your videos on, and we'll see you back here after coffee break. Welcome back, everyone. It is a real pleasure for me to be able to introduce Brenda Kriss, who is our next speaker. I'll give you a little bit of a formal introduction to Brenda, and then I'll give a more personal one because I feel it's fitting in this environment. So Brenda serves as Vice President of Information Technology Services and is a member of the Executive Management Committee at Manitoba Liquors and Lotteries. Before this role, she was the organization's Director of Organizational Development and Change Management. She is a chartered professional human resource senior certified specialist. She brings years and years, 25 years of experience from Manitoba Hydro as well, is in her background. She believes that empowerment comes from developing the awareness of the choices that we have, and hence the title of her presentation today. So Brenda and I are, I call her my conference friend. We meet at conferences. We've met at many conferences over the years. And I distinctly remember one meeting that we had. And it was so good to see Brenda. It's like, how are you? And I said, how are things in HR? And she went, oh, I just moved into a position with IT. And I said, well, what do you know about IT? And her response was, we're about to find out. So with that, I'm going to take a 1-minute break here to do a COVID clean, and you're going to have the privilege of listening to Brenda Kriss talk about the power of choice.
Good morning, everybody. I am so thrilled to be here today to talk to you about the power of choice. Thank you to Wendy for inviting me. I'm super excited, and that's why I seem a little bit nervous right now. And I haven't used this clicker before, so it doesn't seem to be going. Sorry, one quick sec. There we go. We got it now. So some would have said that I actually had no choice but to stay with the Crown Corporation that I had been with for 25 years. And in fact, from the very moment that I had graduated from university. In 2014, as I sat at my desk as a Human Resource Services Manager, if someone had said to me, Brenda, you're going to be the VP of IT in the year 2020, and you're going to be leading through a global pandemic. Okay, well, let's put the global pandemic aside and ask the question about, you're going to be the VP of IT. I actually would have bet my house that that was impossible. In 2014, I was actually feeling trapped in a position that was no longer fulfilling to me. Oh, don't get me wrong. I loved the people that I worked with. I loved my team, and I loved all the friendships that I had made. But if I was being really honest, I was feeling underutilized and overwhelmed. So I'm out one day with a friend who was telling me about the amazing day that she had had facilitating training. I said, oh my gosh, I wish I could have a day like that. And of course she deadpanned me and said, well, what's stopping you? I went on to tell her about my golden handcuffs. Lots of people would call that your pension that you've been contributing into for all those years, right? And I went on to tell her about how nobody quits a Crown Corporation. And she said to me, the only reason that you have those handcuffs on is actually because you let somebody put them on you. Oh my gosh. Okay, raise your hand if you love it when your friends call you on your stuff. Okay, nobody raised their hand because we hate it when our friends call us on our stuff. But the reality is that it's in our best interest when people call us on our stuff. So one day, about 3 weeks later, I was driving home with my husband, and I leaned into him and said, I actually think I need to quit my job. And he laughed and he said, oh yeah, don't we all need to quit our jobs? And he said, very, very funny. And I said, no, actually, I really think I need to quit my job. I'm not joking. That started 3 months of reflection, of conversation, and exploration of what my options actually could be. To really consider the choices that I had in front of me. I got centered, I got quiet, so that I could actually hear my intuition. And so that I could choose to run to something instead of running away from something. I really had to focus on what I wanted and not on what I didn't want. I had to believe that there was something better out there for me. So I chose to join a really small training company that specialized in leadership training. I was there about 9 months and I loved the opportunity. It was great. The leadership development was fabulous for me. I loved interacting with the teams, but I found myself missing the interaction of the broader team. I was actually lonely. So one morning I received a LinkedIn notification and it said, it was for the city of Winnipeg, and it said there was a Human Resource Services Manager position available. And remember, that was exactly the title that I had previously. And I got really excited. I thought, oh, I could totally do this job. So I went in and I quit my job that day. So you can imagine what it looked like as there was another choice to be made. And as I was driving home, I had to call my husband now and tell him that I had quit my second job in under a year. But this time I didn't need 3 months to figure it out. I trusted my intuition way more. And once you've quit a job after 25 years, everything else actually seems super easy. And there were those voices in my head about what people would say. It was a mistake quitting. You know, I was having maybe a midlife crisis and that I shouldn't have taken the risk. There was another voice though in my head that was saying, choose again. Go find something that makes you really happy. You have great skills and there's something more out there for you. When I got home, I thought to myself, well, I guess I better get to it and find myself another job. So I looked up that LinkedIn ad, and it was actually for the Winnipeg Police Services. And it said you needed to come down in person and with your original transcripts. My original transcripts from 25 years ago? Really? I thought, okay, those guys actually need too much help. I don't think I can go and work for them. So I literally sat down and Googled HR jobs Winnipeg. And the first job that came up was the Director of Organizational Development at Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. I read this one and I thought, oh, this is a job. I love this one. This is a perfect fit for me. And once it got out that I was looking for work, I also was tapped for another job. It was an executive director of human resources in another organization. I went through both those recruitments and was offered both the positions. And I felt like the universe was offering me another choice. Did I really want to go where I said my passion lied with development and organizational and employee development? Or would I go back and do the other similar job that I had done before? That executive director job had a bigger title, it had a bigger team, and it had more money. and I was given another choice to make. So, again, I spent some time contemplating it, using my intuition, and to consider both those positions. But this time the choice was really easy. One was calling me on a much deeper level, where I knew I could pursue my passion and grow. I loved the opportunity that I had at Liquor and Lotteries as the Director of Organizational Development, and then later they also added change management. I grew myself, I helped my team to grow, and I had an opportunity to grow the culture of the whole organization. It was an amazing, amazing job, and I could have done that one the rest of my life. But in May of last year, they came to me and asked me if I would be interested in the VP of IT. I'm like, you know what I do, right? I'm the human resource person. They're like, no, we think that your leadership skills are exactly what this team needs at this time. Okay, take a deep breath. Sure. I got to live what I actually had been telling people all along, my whole career, in fact. A leader is a leader is a leader. And what teams need more than a technical specialist is someone who can believe in what's possible even when it's not currently present. And that leadership skills actually trump technical skills. So I said yes to that. And I would be completely lying if I told you that the last year has been easy. It has not. It has been super challenging. But guess what, folks? Our actual growth doesn't lie in the comfort zone, that green circle that you see there. It actually lies in that ring outside of it, the orange one. You could call it the courage zone. You could call it your growth zone. It requires courage in order to go there. And it provides you with your growth and opportunities. It also requires confidence and bravery in order to go there. I had to fight the feelings that I had when I had heard that some of my peers, my male peers, were actually saying, why her? Why was she chosen? I had to fight the feelings that I had of myself. Are you really capable of leading an area like this? I had to say to myself, actually, why not me? I had to put all those other voices aside and ask, actually, how can I contribute? I am the first female VP of IT at Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, and I really hit my stride when I actually remembered all the gifts that I do bring and that I could lead in my own authentic way and not the way that it was done in the past or how others thought that I should do it. I would be lying again if I told you that there were a few moments at the beginning of that pandemic, and we were trying to respond to it, where that doubt crept way back in, right? And I was feeling overwhelmed, thinking, I'm not the right person for this moment. This is a mistake. I don't know how I got here, but this is a mistake. Guess what? I was completely wrong. We had done the work to build a strong team who rose to that occasion, including myself. And we delivered by getting our almost 800 employees set up to work from home within a week. No one believed that that was possible. So you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking back. This is a famous Steve Jobs quote from his commencement speech in 2005 at his alma mater. If you haven't gotten a chance to look at it, I would suggest that you do. It's really quite interesting. If I hadn't left my company of 25 years to join a small training company, I wouldn't have gotten that shot at the Director of Organizational Development because I had no direct training experience. And if I had chosen that executive director position instead of that other organization, I'm quite sure I wouldn't have gotten an opportunity to be a VP of IT. I'm also excited to say that I will be moving into the position of VP of HR at Manitoba Liquor and Lottery starting at the end of this year. So it has come full circle. I just couldn't picture how it was going to get there. I credit a TED Talk by Susan Colentano, Sheryl Sandberg's Lean In, all the work done by Brené Brown, as well as mindfulness for preparing me to take on the positions where I didn't check all the boxes, for changing my language about my experiences, and always looking for choices. I have to be willing to see opportunities where there don't appear to be any. I need to choose to say something to my colleagues when they say that they actually don't get the Me Too movement or the meaning of what white privilege is. I have to step into those conversations. And I need to choose how I enter into those conversations so that my perspective can actually be heard and that it's not just my frustration spilling over, which is really in my younger days what it was, frustration. I can be most influential when I can get centered and I can have a really good conversation about my own personal perspective. So I leave you with this to ponder. What choices would you make if you fully embraced who you are, if you believed in your capabilities, broke free from fear, and reached beyond your comfort zone? Get out of your own way. Let go so that something amazing can come. I'm really glad that I did. I'm going to leave you with a few of the resources that have impacted me. It includes that TED Talk by Susan, the information from Sheryl Sandberg, and a couple of articles from Sarah Neville around microaggressions that I found very helpful in the last little bit. I'm Brenda Brown. Well, it's the 10th anniversary of the first book that I picked up, and that's Gifts of Imperfection. I would recommend it for everyone. I really want to thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. I really hope that my story inspires the exploration of choice, and that one day the power of choice will actually be your story. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Please be safe and be well.
Thank you so much, Brenda. That was inspirational, that was challenging, and I think a real point of reflection there around what are the choices that we make? What is our own power of choice? I'm going to have you think for just a minute about some of the questions that are on that PowerPoint slide for you. I'm going to give you a few minutes to just silently jot down some responses to them, anything that jumps to mind, and then we're going to go back into those breakout rooms, that group that you met earlier, to spend some time sharing the things that jumped out for you, your own insights. So the first question there is, what are some of the insights that you gained from this presentation? And then to maybe scratch a little bit deeper and ask yourself, why did that in particular jump out for you? And then take some time to reflect on the past, and in your groups you can spend time discussing where you felt maybe there were some limited choices in front of you. And this idea of, Brenda talked about expanding the circle, expanding our choices, to think about where are ways that we can expand our own choices. And then I think that last question is really important for us as well, is to think about what's our role in lifting up other people in the future to explore the power of choice as well. So what's one thing you can do in the future to explore the power of choice, and how can you support others in doing that as well? So what I'd encourage you to do is, if you have your phones with you, to take a picture of this PowerPoint slide, because when you go out into your breakout room, you're not going to have these questions in front of you. We're going to put them in the chat function, but if you have a picture on your phone, you can just reflect on them moving forward. So I'm going to be quiet now. I'm going to put a PowerPoint slide up with a quote for you to read, and then I'm going to come back to the questions, and I'm going to give you about 3 minutes on your own to ponder and to jot down your notes. Welcome back. I trust that you enjoyed those conversations and found them worthwhile in your breakout groups. Our next presenter is Humaira Jaleel, and it's really an honor to have her here and to have her present. She is the founder of Healthy Muslim Families, which is a nonprofit in Winnipeg, Manitoba, that works to strengthen families, and they have a real focus on leadership development. So Humaira is going to be talking to us about how to empower families and how to focus on youth, and also to mentor, the role of mentorship. And She moved initially, she was the chief operating officer of the Canadian Muslim Women's Institute. And that's actually where I met her. And I saw her passion firsthand as she toured me around and showed me about the work that she was involved in. She currently, as I said, is the founder of Healthy Muslim Families. And due to COVID-19, they found that there was a real need. And Humaira is someone who's really good at looking at needs, assessing them, and then doing something in response to them. She is also the co-director for Amnesty International, the Winnipeg 19 group, and Humaira is also a founding member of Rohingya Human Rights Network Canada. We are really happy to have Humaira here today with us. So again, bear with, we'll do a quick little COVID clean and we'll be right back.
Dear sisters, friends, and colleagues, I greet you with the greeting of peace. May peace and blessings of God be on all of you. I hope you are all doing well and you and your loved ones are keeping healthy and staying safe. So you know what? As it's so amazing that women will come together, they will rally together for a purpose. As women, I feel that we feed off each other's energy. So I want to commend Achieve for making this conference happen and not letting COVID actually stop us from this. And I also want to thank you all for Zooming in, logging in from wherever you are, and all the speakers who have been showing up here and will show up tomorrow as well. So coming to Women in Leadership Conference. I know you will agree when I say that women do not only lead, but we inspire each other to achieve, right? So coming to the topic at hand, mentoring young women, and especially mentoring young immigrant women. I know that you are all successful, amazing women who are doing amazing things in all the areas that you're involved, be it at the home front, your professional or work front, or you're in your local communities, and other areas where you give your best. I want to ask you, who had a hand in inspiring you to do what you do? Who believed in you when you did not really believe in yourself? Who pushed a little or gave you that nudge to put you in the right direction or put you on the right path? Maybe it was a mother-like figure, a teacher, an aunt, an older sibling, or maybe a professional mentor. Whoever it was, what was their influence in your journey? What role did they play in your journey? How important was that person or persons sometimes who were influencing you or influenced your journey or molded you into who you are now? I want you to think a little bit about that and reflect on how important that person was at that time to be in that right moment. When you were younger, when I was younger, I think about how many people influenced me and how critical it was for me that I had that person in my life at that time. Here I want to show you this amazing, dynamic group of girls that I have been working with the last 2 years. And these are just a few of them. So much potential. When I look at them, they have so much potential. I look at them and I'm like, okay, you know what? They can do anything. Nothing is stopping them. These are all teenagers, and few of them have already gone to university, and I know they'll do amazing, great things. So I want you to look at this. When I was thinking about immigrants who come to Canada, I got this statistic, and you see that every year, more than 300,000 new immigrants come to Canada. And this does not even include the people who come as refugees or asylum seekers who come in and then later on they become part of this society. But that's just a big number. If you keep adding every year, so many of immigrants come to this country. Can you, imagine the big number that we have that need services. Now look at this one where we are looking at the number of people who are immigrating to Canada by age. So if you look into the category between years 10 to 20, that's making about, let's say, about 30,000 per year. And if you keep adding that, that's a huge number that we have to work with. And half of them are girls. Half of them are girls. So such a big group that has come to Canada to make this beautiful country their home. As much as this is an exciting time in their life, this move is very exciting, but it is a major life change, which comes with new challenges. So the first one, I want to talk about certain challenges that the immigrant youth go through. So they've moved, and it's not just a new school or a neighborhood. It's a whole new country that they have moved to. Change is always difficult, and change for children, especially young ones, is very difficult. And now you throw that person into a new environment, which is not just a new school or not just a new house, not just a new neighborhood, but a whole environment that they lack references for. So that itself is very challenging. Now, it's not just them, but it's their whole family that's going through those challenges. The family is struggling. There's so much uncertainty. They're trying to find out, where are they going to make, where are they going to find a job? What are they going to do? Where are they going to live? And figuring out how to settle in that new country, right? They are also dealing with the new education system. The children do not understand, like the countries that they're coming from have different education system. And when you have youth or children who need direction, they will probably go to their adults in their life, right? In their life. Now, the adults in their life also everything is new for them as well. So all of them are in the same boat. New culture and new language as well. They're now a minority in a new country. So most of the youth or most of these families that are coming from these countries were not minorities in their countries, right? Not all of them. So I want you to put yourself in their, in their position. So for example, let's see, if you walk into a room where everyone looks like you, that's not a big deal. You will, even if it's all new people for you, the references, what is expected of you or all of that. But if you walk into a room where everyone is different than you and you are the odd one out, that's a very stressful situation. Now, that including for the youth who are here or the children who are here, on top of whatever is going on at home in their life, is obviously very stressful. The other thing is the lack of connections. Wherever they're coming from, they had that extended family that was helping out, or their friends and family, people they knew. So what happens when if you're in a new situation, you usually go to somebody for advice. Now, when the family has moved, they usually do not have those connections who can help them. Like when a family is going through some challenges, usually the uncles, the aunts, the grandmas, and all the other people in the life will help, but those connections have been broken, right? They're not here. On top of that, the additional demands on the girls. Now, women obviously have a lot of roles to play. But when we talk about immigrant youth, and especially girls from from our communities, there's so much of expectations especially from girls. And what do I mean there? Well, not only do they have to do good in school like anyone else and all the children in the family, they are also taking care of the family, meaning because now they're in a new situation, the family is in a new situation, probably the parents are busy in newcomer classes, the English language, or just jobs that they have to do to make ends meet. So the children, and especially the girls, are expected to take care, do extra chores, take care of the younger siblings, and cook, clean. On top of that, they are considered the carriers of the culture. So they are expected to learn to cook those ethnic foods. Not forget that. We have to keep that connection with our culture. Know what we do, when we do, those kind of things. So the cultural connection, because they're considered as the ones who will carry that culture to the next generations, and that's not an unrealistic expectation. So they are made to have not just be good in their school and studies and achieve so much, but at the same time have that connection with the culture, have that learn the culture, also look pretty in all those cultural ethnic dresses when you go to parties. Well, you have to be that good, nice cultural, either whatever culture you come from, because, well, if you are not connected, then how are you going to marry? How are we going to find you a nice cultural boy from our community if you are not seen as somebody who is still connected to that culture, right? Also, at the same time, we want them to do their best. So it's not just school, it's also the culture as well. So at the same time, I want to talk about, youth coming from, especially when I'm talking about my own community, the parents are very overprotective. And you know what? I do not feel shame in saying that I am a mother of 4 kids. 3 of them are daughters, 3 girls that I have. They're young, but still, and I think from the parents' view, and because I grew up, I came at a later time into the Western countries. I know how it feels, and I am very protective of my girls and want them to not lose their cultural identity, because I think everyone will agree that a good, strong identity is very critical for your happiness, for your sense of belonging, fulfillment. So a cultural identity is very important. So for communities where major numbers, the big numbers of families that moved here or immigrated here, and if it happened in a short span of time, those communities lack community-initiated programs for youth, like big boys, the Boys and Girls Club, or a big brother, big sister kind of programs. Those do not exist in cultural communities. So there is a need for youth programming in the community that is initiated by the community, so they can understand the challenges and they can understand where, what issues or what challenges or needs these youth have. So I want to talk to you about a different perspective now, a cultural community's perspective. So any cultural community that exists here in Canada or anywhere else has to invest into its youth, because if anyone works with the youth, you understand that if you want to make an impact in the community, then you have to work with the youth of that community. Our communities are usually built by certain families that moved here in the last. Now, when I'm talking about from the perspective of my community here in Winnipeg. So most of the community that moved here maybe 40 years ago. Certain families, those came here, they rallied together, they came together, they put time and effort into building spaces, worship places, community centers, also just gathering spaces for the community, so they could help the families who were coming after them. So they did a lot, from not just trying to settle here, making a life, struggling and all of that, but also now trying to make a foundation or institutions or organizations where they can help the others who are coming after them. So these few uncles and aunties that we call in our communities, these are the giants on whose shoulders the community is balanced on right now. Now, if the community had, and this is like seen across cities, it's not just for our city, it's been seen across cities and across cultures. I'm part of a organization called Coalition of Cultural Communities of Manitoba, where we did this interesting exercise where we did with different communities, we did some community mapping exercise where the community was brought in. We talked about the historical background, where they came from, who are the leaders in the community, who did what, and special steps or special milestones in the community's history. And this was seen across communities that there are certain individuals who made the community where they are. And now, because it's been 40 years, 50 years, that generation is getting older, and they want the newer generation to take on the responsibility of leading the community. So the leadership in the community has to transfer to these youth, right? So they have done their part, and they are expecting that the youth will take on the challenges of their community now. The older generation did what they did more than they could, and now they're expecting the newer generation would take care of this. So at this point, when I was thinking about it, I was like, you know what, that's a lot to demand, to expect from the youth. And that's, that it is, but it's, again, I would say it's not very unreasonable to expect that. They want the youth to be able to not just, because these are the people who are not new immigrants anymore. They understand the community. They're better equipped to deal with the challenges and bring in the resources that are needed. We need professionals and resources in our community. We need the teachers, the childcare, the lawyers, the businesses, and these are expected that the youth will bring this. We need spokespersons for the community. We need to work with the service providers, the police, the healthcare, the education. We need our representation. At the same time, we want them to be holding on to the identity and the culture of the community. So we want them to be represent us in civic life as well. So it is self-serving, I would say, that the community should invest time and effort into our youth. So I want to talk to you about two mentoring program models that I have been part of. So in the last 10 years, I've been part of both kind of these youth programs. The first one was, the program was developed by professionals and mentors, and it was implemented in a very structured way. The other is a community-led, community-involved program. So I want to go into a little bit of detail about these programs. The first model was a program that was developed by the agency. Then they looked for mentors, and that's where I came in. It was very structured every week. So an hour session, 2 hour session, we'll do these topics. But there was minimum involvement from the larger community. So it was more of, give us your youth, give us your children, and we'll work with them. So it worked, and I was part of it, but it only lasted a year. And then it was gone. So depending on the professional, the mentors, whoever was conducting the program, it only lasted until they were doing. Now the second model is where the program wasn't developed first. First, there was a trust and relationship building done with the parents and the youth. So it took about a year where we got to know the parents. We really understood what the needs were of the community. We met in very informal ways, and then discussed with the mothers, especially because I was working with the mothers and the youth, discussed with the mothers what they wanted for their girls, what they wanted from them. We also talked to the youth and asked them what they wanted. It was very flexible activities, sessions, topics, and then we recruited the mentors from the community. It was also youth driven because we wanted to ask them what they wanted. The mentors who were from the community were not really professionals in that sense that they were working in social services or anything. They were just regular, our mothers from the community, our community leaders. We also took mothers in confidence on topics because a lot of the time I saw, and this is a personal, maybe this would be, this is just my personal experience, that the mothers were really, they really wanted to know what we were discussing with their girls. Again, I can go back to the point that the parents are very protective, overprotective of their children, but especially their girls. And I mean, I talk from experience because I'm a mother. Like I said, I'm a mother of 3 girls, and we're very, because we don't want to feel like, okay, if we brought them here, that they're going to lose their identity or they're going to lose their culture. So we are really very overprotective of our kids, and especially girls. So we took the mothers in confidence on what topics we were talking about. So we would relate to them, okay, these are the topics we're going to talk about, and we would invite them to come and listen in as well. So we really built the credibility of the program, and the goal was to grow the potential and make them realize their potential, to break that mental and emotional barrier that the girls had, and making the girls to bridge between the new immigrant generation and the next Canadian generation, because they're not all newcomers. Some of them have been here for a very long time. So we designed the program so that they would understand and embrace both their identities, so they would become phenomenal leaders of the community and the greater community as well. At the same time, we wanted them to be role models for the younger generation or their siblings, the siblings who will come, or the youth that will come after them. So the delivery of sessions was done by community members as well. So we would ask them to come and speak as guest speakers. So we were developing leadership in the community, and we would refer to other programs and services in the community and in the greater Canadian community. The programming focus was on leadership development, building their self-esteem, confidence, team building, and educational trips, volunteer opportunities, giving them women role models who looked like them. Now, maybe you have heard this, you cannot be what you can't see, but we were working against that. Most of these girls could not see the role models who looked like them. So we were making, when I see across cultures, and I learned so much from our Indigenous sisters and from our, from other communities, how they lead their youth. So we learned a lot from them and had to help them tackle their multiple identities. Now they have multiple identities. Yes, the girls that you saw in the picture, they wear hijab, but that's not all they are. Their background, their race, their ethnicity, their culture is part of who they are, but that's not all they are, right? So we were expecting them to become leaders of just not our community, but more than that, become leaders in the Canadian community. The lessons learned. Most of them that came to us were teenagers and young adults. They became our future mentors. And the one lesson that I learned was the newcomer mothers became their mentees. It became a long-running program. It still runs. It became a place for dealing with community issues, a support system for the cultural community, and we are still continuing that work during COVID. So I just want to give you a glimpse of the programs and the girls that we're working with. This was a program where we had the Indigenous sisters come in and explain about their, bring in the issues that they face and show them that we have to work across cultures, not just within our culture. And Indigenous issues and other issues in Canada are our issues, so we have to work with that. This is when we made cards sent to our Prime Minister to talk about, increasing funding for schools in Indigenous areas and communities. I want you to look at this picture. this was a youth program, but the mothers came and they were so much interested and really took a lot from this program. So I saw that working with young girls, actually we were working with their mothers as well. That's the biggest lesson I took from this. I want to end here with Oprah Winfrey's comment here, a quote, that nobody makes it alone. Nobody has made it alone, and we all are mentors to people, even if we don't know it. So I want you to think, who are you mentoring? Is there a need in the community where you could fulfill? We all think that, whatever, maybe I don't have much to offer for these youth, but all we need is people who will believe in the girls, in the other youth across our cultural communities, and make them believe that they can, and, give them that believe that they can do it, they can make it. That's all. They have so much potential. They're amazing. They'll do amazing things, but they just need that little bit of a push. So find out who are you mentoring. And if you're not, find out who you can mentor and get involved. Thank you so much for listening. Take care. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm going to invite you to bridge off of Humaira's last comment about thinking about mentorship and your role, and to think about, did you have a mentor or somebody who influenced you? And as Brenda said, we connect the dots looking backwards, right? Not necessarily looking forward. So is there someone you can identify as being influential in your journey? And then I think the question that flows out of that is, what's important to remember about that? And what does that teach us about leadership and the kind of leader that we want to be? We are going to move to breakout rooms for about 12 minutes now, where you can share your responses to these questions. When you come back, or you're brought back out of those breakout rooms, you will see that there is a lunch slide on your PowerPoint or on your screen. We're going to please take note of this. We're going to take a 45-minute lunch break, not a full hour. We still have a lot of fantastic speakers that are coming up this afternoon. So you'll go to your breakout rooms now, you'll come back and you'll see the lunch break, and we will resume in 45 minutes from when your breakout room ends. So off you go into the virtual world, back to your breakout group. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a fantastic lunch break. We've been getting lots of positive feedback about the morning. Well, we're just going to continue on and have an absolutely stellar afternoon as well. I'm really excited to introduce our next speaker, Colleen Munro. Colleen is the sole owner and president of Munro Construction. You may have seen the acronym HCML around if you're from Winnipeg, around the city. She was the first and the only woman to hold the role of president, both for the Manitoba heavy construction industry and the Western Canada Road Builders Association. In addition to that, Colleen is a member of the Minister's Advisory Council on Workforce Development and an advisory in terms of Manitoba Public Insurance Corporation as well. Now, I have to give you just a little bit of a background to asking Colleen to be a part of this conference. As I told you in the morning, when I asked Jessica Dumas if she was, interested, told her about the vision behind what we were hoping for here, she looked at her phone and she went, yeah, I'm in, that works for me. And then she said, and if you could get Colleen Munro to speak at your conference, that would just be the icing on the cake. So after a bit of she'd heard Colleen speak years ago at She Day. So after a bit of looking around, finding her number, we contacted Colleen. I invited her to meet for breakfast, and it was like deja vu. She did exactly the same thing. I told her about the conference. She picked up her phone, looked at her calendar, and said, yeah, that should work. Send me the details. And so we're really excited to have Colleen here. We're going to show a short video that features Colleen at the end. When that video is over, it's going to be turned over to Colleen for her to share her story, experience, and wisdom on leading our way.
afternoon. Well, I'm glad that they took time to show you the video. That is the great organization that I am also chairperson. It is the Manitoba Construction Sector Council. We do a lot of work in the trades and training for whether it be the underprivileged, women in construction, and I work with a great executive director who's always there. Like I said, you'll find out from my speech here that everybody else in your team is the ones who really make you look good. So today I thank you for the opportunity to pass on what I have learned throughout my career. And my education includes me graduating from the Hart School in Ox. The Munro Group, of which I'm owner of, includes Hugh Munro Construction, a heavy civil contractor. And we do road building and site development. And I own a Fort White low bedding company, which is a hauling company. And most recently that I'm proud of is Lilyfield Quarry. It's been about a 5.5-year venture to get that. So as a leader, you'll find you have to be tenacious. And most recently, I've branched out into the security business with 2 new products, and that's Secure All security screens, which are stainless steel screen product, and Rock Glass, which is a security protection system for windows and doors good for both residential and commercial applications. We also produce health barriers, which are critical during this terrible time of COVID. I was recently appointed an honorary lieutenant colonel for the 38th Combat Engineering Division. And I'm certainly learning a lot of leadership skills from the women in the field for the Army. I've been trying to get my husband and my daughter to salute and kick their heels for me, but they keep on reminding me I have no power there. I've been in the business for about 40 years, growing up working on construction sites, operating equipment, picking up parts, office work, and learning from my mentor, my father, Hugh Munro. Construction wasn't an industry where I saw other women, unless other family businesses were women, and they were the wives that worked in the offices. I grew up knowing my dad envied our other competitors who had sons, and he only had 1 daughter. My dad sacrificed all his life for his company, and as any business owner, had dreams of succession. Poor Huey, he only had 1 girl. Luckily, as time passed, most of our competitors' sons were working with us, as they did not get along with their dads. Too many struggles with egos and power. I learned in a male-dominated industry, no one expects much from a girl. My favorite tagline to my dad when he talked about other people's sons in the business to respond, "I got this." You could tell his pride in my ambition, but you could also see the doubt in his eyes. And when some accomplishments came, all were surprised. Where I think sometimes the difference is when fathers have sons, they never seem, those poor sons, to quite measure up. It just goes to show that in some of our families, we still experience differences in expectations. Because my dad didn't have anyone else, I was the one he sent to important meetings with owners of our contracts, associations, and other competitors. I had just graduated from high school and had no experience. Of course, I was the only female in the room. I was intimidated, and all eyes were on me. And of course, they were curious to see what was going to come out of my mouth, to hear what I was going to say. When I asked my dad that if I kept quiet, would they think I'm stupid? Huey, with his wisdom, said, "Better to keep your mouth shut and remove all doubts." I then learned the importance of listening. That was my School of Hard Knocks training for leadership skills in the art of listening and not talking just to hear yourself speak. It still amazes me today, of all the boards that I sit on, how people still don't listen and love to hear themselves talk. I always said Huey was the poster boy for the old boys club, although it was amazing how his chauvinism disappeared when he needed a worker. I have to say, Huey was multicultural and gender neutral as long as you worked hard for the company. In my day, it was really an interesting time to fit in as a young girl, with men in construction, yelling, drinking, bullying, dodging the occasional attempt at a grope, and to be part of the gang when they all went to the strip clubs for lunch. I think my most uncomfortable stories when the dilemma of our local Caterpillar dealer took all the heavy civil construction owners to Peoria, Illinois. They flew their clients out. We landed. Well, the first trip, what they usually did is they took the men-owned companies to the strip clubs. Now, it was one thing having to go with my guys, but going with my dad was a little bit more uncomfortable, I must say. Even my dad didn't know how to handle it, and be damned if I was going to stay in the hotel just because I was a woman. Today, this does not happen. Respectful workplaces do prevail. Remember, that was 40 years ago. So it's kind of like the ad said, You've come a long way, baby, but we still got a long way to go. My survival training started by running a packer machine, which was the lowest of the low in the hierarchy of machines on a job site. In those days, no cabs for protection from dust. As the machines would fly past me, the guys in the bigger machines than I had, they had faster, bigger. And it was the heat of summer, so the dust stuck to all your, to your clothing and you sweat. And amongst all their laughter, it was Huey I waited for all day to come on site and save me. Because I was the boss's daughter. And what happened? He came at the end of the day, and as Ford Hafton passed me, he waved. You can imagine when the bullies saw they weren't going to get in trouble. They were empowered. When I came home that night, madder than hell, and I tried to stake my ground, my father told me it was those guys who helped build this company to the date. Not you. You need to earn their respect. Even though I felt betrayed, undervalued, ego bruised, I certainly got the message that being the boss's daughter was not going to give me an advantage. I've never forgotten that lesson. The lesson that our employees were and still are the strength of our company, and in reality of any of our companies. Today, I believe respect can be learned and taught by leadership in a much gentler way. We now teach a respectful workplace, no bullying, no drinking, no drugs, and no invites to strip clubs for lunches. When I think back, my environment started in grade school. Boys at school used to pull my ponytail on a daily basis and punch me, and other girls went home bruised along with me, and my dad's advice was kick them back. Well, the reaction from the boys when they found a girl who would fight back was to gang up on me. When I went home back black and blue that night, my dad said, "You didn't kick them hard enough. Go back and make them scared of you." Kind of backfired on old Huey, though, because one day in a class, a boy pulled my hair. But the teacher didn't see that. She only saw me punching him. So, of course, she came and she slapped me across the face. So what did I learn to do? I kicked her too. Now, my father did spend the day in trying to get me out of being expelled. But in those good old days, it was fight or flight. And it also reminds me that other professions didn't have good leadership skills either. Abusive behavior is what most of us in my generation grew up in. Survival of the fittest. The lesson today is that abuse is not acceptable in any of our workplaces. As we know, none of that behavior is accepted today in homes, schools, or on work sites. The only positive leadership lesson it taught me is bullies do back down, especially when you're on one-on-one with the offender. If I can take one more lesson from my School of Hard Knocks days, it's to stand up for myself. My daughter Steele, who just graduated this year from school, said, "Oh, I can't wait to get away from those little bitches." I went, "You know what? Some of those little bitches grow up to be big bitches." So you have to learn. The lesson that is learned, and not only for me, but for her and any woman, is that our responsibility in how we deal with this type of behavior from women or men that we encounter. Sometimes women in leadership roles get caught up in the clique mentality, or they feel they have to acquire the same characteristics as men while displaying power. The clique mentality, referred to as gang mentality, is to ostracize other women whilst getting others on their own side. Ladies, we need to leave that behavior in grade school. Often that behavior comes from how other women look, dress, talk, etc. I have never heard men talking about how his merce doesn't match his shoes. In the construction industry, I'm happy if they just wear big enough pants to cover the butt crack. Before we talk about how diversity needs to be in the workplace, let's start supporting the women we presently work side by side on a daily basis. Mentorship. Take time in and out of your day to help your female coworkers. Offer support mechanisms. Some people have the luxury of families to help, and some of us have to cultivate our chosen families. Take responsibility for setting up your village so that you can be present at your job. If you don't have a chosen village, if I didn't have one, I should have said, my work would have suffered and my daughter's well-being would have suffered. Daycare challenges. Think before you choose a career of how this can affect your partners and children. In my industry, a lot of work is out of town on remote sites, residing in camps, and away for 2 to 3 weeks as a schedule. For men or women, the scheduling can be difficult for them and their families. Some construction companies work in the city some out of town, some in town, like my company does both. So our challenge is when projects are bid, we have no control over where we're going to be successful and where the projects are located. This has been difficult for some families. I understand the quality of life we all want, but in reality, at 61 years of age, I'm still searching for that quality of life. Some of my lifer employees, who have been with my company for 40 plus years, are still having to work out in the bush in remote areas, and then there's the younger guys who don't want to go past the North Perimeter. Can you imagine the discontentment on both sides of the older and the younger generation? In the past, lifers show leadership when they sacrifice their quality of life. Understanding the bigger picture is the survival of the company. I understand that today that culture has changed. Women are working out of their home and want their mates home for their kids and activities. Unfortunately, for me, it's a challenge of securing labor force for my remote sites. Today, it seems the owner's bigger challenges is labor, whether it be men or women. I believe as a leader, employees or coworkers need to witness you taking part in what is being asked of them. If the leader is a team player and not an elitist, then you will have a much easier time bonding with your team. Part of my leadership style is displaying some humanity by simply lending an ear, just to listen, and taking the time to explain things. Explain why management has time to make decisions based on what is best for the company, and not in just individuals. Some employees understand this concept and some don't. Leadership means investing in training. Companies and corporations need to recognize that an investment in an employee can pay off tenfold, and people will respect the opportunity that was given to them. If the training you need is not available, take responsibility of finding your own source for training. If the company doesn't give you education, just do it. Nobody can take it away from you once you've had it completed. Statistics show that there is a risk of leaving people behind in the workforce, and it has doubled in 2017 to 2019 with the emerging technologies we all face. Only 18% of companies planned to significantly increase spending to reskill their employees over the next 3 years. In construction, we are definitely challenged with an aging workforce, some feeling inadequate in the positions that they have had for many years, whether it be computers, GPS systems, and the skills needed to understand project documents, and even in our safety documents that are being now tracked electronically. An example is the conflict between my younger and older mechanics. The younger have the opinion the older guys are inefficient as they don't have the computer skills needed for the diagnostic evaluation on a broken machine. My older generation think the younger guys don't know their butts from a hole of ground because they have no field experience. As a leader, I recognize both are invaluable. My challenge as their leader is, how do I get them to respect one another? Some days I think the old-fashioned punishment would be nice, but obviously unfortunately, that's not acceptable. The only resolve is through communication, taking the time to explain to each how we have to respect the past and be open to embracing the future. Each age group is invaluable, as employees need to understand what it took to get the company where it is today and to understand what we all need to do to stay successful. It is management's job to bridge the generation gap to ensure that both sides feel appreciated. Communication is the simplest, most invaluable leadership quality, but what is most important to all of us is time. Something always seems to take precedence on our day in what we think is more important, and I can tell you I certainly have fallen into that pitfall many times. Owners and managers need to prioritize communicating the company's goals and objectives for the future, to enable employees to be all working in the same direction. It also allows for staff that don't believe in the vision to move on, or the company must endure a pruning. It's my name for it, a pruning. I compare the situation to a healthy tree. Sometimes as hard as it is, especially you have to cut off the dead stuff and prune the new branches. This can be especially painful with long-term employees. But as a leader, you need to save the tree. Secrecy in companies is as deadly as secrets in a family. Let us involve both employees and our families in our secret plans for success. It is much more exhilarating to arrive at the bridge of success with a team rather than celebrating alone. You can decide if you only want to pat yourself on the back once or have a team do it multiple times alongside you as a leader who is reciprocating. The cream of success, the gift to yourself, is enabling employees to reach that success for themselves. The strength I have gained in my career is not all me. It also comes from my support team that has allowed me to commit to my career. And yes, now that my daughter is 19, do I have the days of guilt of missing some of the moments? Absolutely. But I also hope that I have taught my daughter that leadership at times means sacrifice of the occasions you don't want to miss and of the things you would have liked to do, but you had to put others first instead of yourself. I realize it is difficult these days dealing with families, children, marriage, divorce, and financial issues. However, it is not the company's mandate to solve an employee's personal problems outside of the workplace. I have days where my employees tell me they have a large mortgage, truck payments, and a baby and need a certain amount of hours to meet their financial obligations. I did not buy the house, I did not buy the truck, and I didn't make the baby. So myself and other owners cannot run a company based on our employees' financial commitments. My leadership decisions have to steer me in the direction of finding projects to financially benefit the company, which keeps the employees working. I have learned that being a leader is staying out of the victim role. It would have been easy to adopt the victim mentality of poor me, most of life's circumstances are uncontrollable, but we must take responsibility for our choices and behaviors in dealing with our choices. The way we handle ourselves in our workplace is defined by how we deal with our daily challenges. Even though we now have HR departments with policies and regulations, you should not stop addressing first the problem with your supervisors and then with a coworker. And if the issue can't be resolved between issues can't be resolved between the two of them, you need to step in. You don't want to micromanage, but you want to stay close enough to feel the pulse of the company and the problems. Some of you might not like what I'm saying today, but we all need to take responsibility for our own behaviors. And you will need to develop your own personal leadership skills to deal with these everyday situations. We all deal with government policies. Labor rules are there. They need to be enforced, but you cannot legislate common sense, unfortunately. In construction, for example, let's take swearing. There is a difference, in my opinion. If someone swears at you in a derogatory way with other than just a general conversation, I can guarantee you, no matter how many policies we implement, I will not live long enough for construction not to have any four-letter words. If their mates can't change them, what makes you think a company policy will? In my opinion, we have become such a sensitive society and love to blame others for how we feel. No one can make you feel that way. Only you can give your power away and allow yourself to feel a certain way. Grab it back. Leadership needs humor and the ability to laugh at oneself. If I was to take to heart and be offended by my gender, nationality, or my looks, then I would have never gotten out of bed in the morning. I know I don't look like a construction worker, nor do I really want to. But can you imagine comments that have been directed on the construction site towards me, and they can tell you they were not very complimentary? I've learned not to care. It's none of my business what other people think of me. Most of the guys on my sites haven't been GQ models either. Our gender does not matter if we do our job. Recently, with my new honorary lieutenant position, a sergeant apologized to having to call me ma'am. I think, my God, I've certainly been called a lot worse. But try to work out issues on your own or with your coworkers to become a team player. A leader realizes that success is not achieved at the top, but by the foundation you've laid and the strength of all the employees on your team. It is imperative companies invest emotionally and financially to develop their team skills to be future leaders. Women in my industry need to develop, and women everywhere need to develop confidence, which is accomplished by meeting challenges head on and asking for help if you need it. Confidence is gained by meeting those challenges head on, sometimes winning and sometimes losing. But the next lesson is, what did you learn when you lost? There's nothing more beautiful than a woman wearing confidence, and you achieve confidence by learning from your failures. There has never been an Olympic champion who hasn't fallen, lost a race, or crashed before achieving their gold medal. I know women have strong intuition and common sense, which in today's world, again, is not so common. Intuition is that little voice in our head that tells us what we should or should not be doing, who we should be or not be with, and what decisions are right for us in our work. We only betray ourselves when we make decisions that don't honor ourselves in our personal life and our work life. Our inner voice tells us that behavior is acceptable from a partner or family member and whether or not we should be following co-workers' stances in the workplace. I pray you have the strength to listen to your inner voice. If we do not take care of ourselves, you will be no good for others. I believe the world is changing and accepting women in non-traditional roles. Is it easy? No. But whether industry or corporations want us or not, with the lack of labor force in my industry, they'll have to accept us. In life, it's preferable to be invited to the party rather than crashing it, of course, but now is the time to empower women to take charge. No longer do we want to be the girl holding the sweater at the dance. We want our chance on the dance floor and in our workplace, creating the dance of respect. I believe throughout the years I have seen women think that they have to pattern men. Now, why would we want to do that? We need to celebrate our different strengths, multitasking abilities, and collaboration skills. As much as they hate to admit it, my guys say that women are better operators because they're gentler on equipment and cleaner. I have not mirrored men on my job sites. A lot of the time, I have used them as examples of how I did not want to lead or behave. Yelling and screaming at employees is ineffective. But the truth is, some of the guys who worked in the industry were treated that way. So, of course, when they become superintendents, they thought they could behave the same way because that's what they grew up with. That was their constant learning environment. I once took my one superintendent to task on this behavior, and he said, "In my day, it made you a man." He said, "Now I understand it's abuse." I said, "That's exactly it." I watched the Ford Ferrari movie over the weekend and noticed the leadership skills of Mr. Ford. He yelled at his employees, called them a bunch of losers. Yet he was considered a powerful leader and successful. He led out of fear. Obviously today, that type of leadership does not work anymore. And why would anybody want to behave in that manner? I did an ad for a bank a few years ago, and my tagline was, "Let fear motivate you." And what I meant by that is do not let fear control you or cripple you so that you don't even want to start your day. Life in the here and now is challenging at best, and we face many scary decisions every day. My motivation is I have a lot of employees depending on me getting out of bed in the morning. And the business challenges that one's face are difficult. Looking back, dealing with all those changes and issues is what gave me strength. Believe me, some days I had to ask myself, will I die from this problem? Did I have to find the energy or force myself to get back into the trenches? Absolutely. As a leader, I had to keep it in perspective. But there were nights and mornings where I just went, oh, just give me a heart attack today because I don't want to face what I have to face. But a leader does not quit. They may have to change direction, but that is what helps you gain respect amongst your peers and for yourself. Even though I had people questioning my leadership choices, the ultimate decision was mine, but also were the consequences, financial or otherwise. Were some of my decisions questionable or even wrong? Absolutely. But I do believe if you have a process in place, which includes talking and involving your team, gathering their opinions and suggestions, and actually listening while letting your ego stay at the door, you will more than likely come to the best decision at that time. Hindsight is easy, but we don't have the luxury of hindsight. We can only learn valuable lessons, and none of them will ever include belittling your staff. As a woman, I allow myself to lead with emotion and intuition, unlocking creativity by being truly human, showing compassion, humility, and openness. In most of our past, emotions were considered a weakness, especially in families in the corporate world. Maybe in the past it was socially accepted for men to develop leadership skills showing no emotion. But now I believe it can be respected. Ladies, we have taught them something. I do find in the corporate world they can mistake my kindness for weakness, but make no mistake. The kindness in my leadership style gives them a chance to think and be aware of my position. If their leadership style is combative, then I have no problem calling them on their stuff. I kind of relate it to how we handle our children. And believe me, sometimes the workplace can become an adult daycare, complete with hurt feelings because someone else is playing with their machine and then throwing a temper tantrum. First, I remind them that those toys belong to the company and that their behavior is the problem and needs to be addressed. In my experience, a lot of men in leadership roles have weak communication skills. They would rather the problem just go away on its own, but we all know the problem only gets bigger very quickly if it's not dealt with. Maybe this comes from their families and home life where the woman has traditionally been the better communicators. And ladies, sometimes we are our own worst enemies. Women in our parents' generation did laundry, cooked, and cleaned the home, even when they had held jobs. Those women raised the sons and did all those things for them. And I can tell you honestly, whoever my daughter is with, and by the way, her father is the one who does most of the household chores, and whoever she chooses to be with, they stand zero chance of obtaining domestic bliss if they are with a son who had a mother that did not raise them to do any of those duties. The relationship will certainly end in divorce. As parents, we need to be careful not to set them up to fail. Maybe this is one more point for the younger generation, more equality. Good leadership means leading with integrity. Mine is assaulted regularly by competitor owners and the communities sometimes in which I work. Sometimes being aware of competitors who may not be playing by the rules, but are still successful at opportunities is hard to swallow. I just have to hold on to the hope that karma will balance the scales and know that listening to my intuition one more time will keep my integrity intact. Honestly, integrity is tested each and every day, but as we know, karma's a bitch. I often wonder when leaders sell their souls professionally. Do they do the same in their personal life? Do their wives and kids hate them? Their dogs bite them when they get home? I can't even hope for that because I know in my karmatic law world, the longer you hope for that, the longer it takes. All kidding aside, you need to, as a leader, develop your boundaries. Ask yourself, how far are you willing to jeopardize your principles and tarnish your reputation for a job? At the end of the day, week or months or years, you need to be accountable to yourself. Today, the blame game is alive and well. But as a leader, you need to acknowledge your part in the failure or the success. How do you account for success? By money? I think awareness today values the success of leaders who value and empower their employees, who participate in charity within their communities, and who lead a balanced life and treat people with respect, kindness, and empathy. We must display empathy in our leadership style because circumstances in life can sometimes be outside of an employee's control, such as sickness, abuse, financial devastation, etc. But in life, there are no guarantees. In fact, the only thing that is guaranteed is that there will always be change. We are all susceptible to it. So lead by being able to adapt to it. Keep this in mind before you rush to any judgment. Humility in leadership is the ability to admit we don't have all the answers or know it all. It is the understanding that comes from the awareness that no matter what our title or social standing is, how we treat others, it should always be respectful and the most important. Remember, you have not walked a mile or spent a day in her high-heeled shoes. I remember back when I graduated from school and wanted to know what my title in the company was going to be, because I thought that was very important. Old Huey said to me, you can call yourself whatever you want, but go across and sweep the shop's floor. So I guess, you know what, titles are only good as the quality of the work that you do. Some days I pray for resilience in being a leader. I've learned so much from being a woman leader. I have felt betrayal, felt the loss when plans did not come to fruition, felt despair when we were losing money on a project, and felt my confidence shatter into pieces. I have certainly had those days when the temptation to quit from my inside voice was hard to ignore. And as my dad used to say, leadership is not for the faint of heart. If it was easy, everybody would be doing it. Being an entrepreneur has taught me I'm a survivor, with a passion to pursue commitment and contentment, balance and happiness. Those things aren't easy to achieve either, especially the balance part. I've learned to celebrate even the smallest successes or a day without a failure. I work really hard at being present in the moment, knowing that That will also pass. The challenge of being a leader who leads with vision keeps me on my toes, but the reward is a huge sense of accomplishment when it happens. In business, as I already mentioned, we sometimes need to do some pruning. You need to acquire people with the same vision, and I knew I had to change gears. I knew the next chapter of the Munro Group was to right-size the parent company, Munro Construction. Due to government budget cuts and facing a cultural shift of not having as many employees that were willing to work out of town, I knew changes had to be made. Inheriting a long-term family company came with many challenges, and I knew changes were coming. You can't always stay the same and expect continued success. Outside forces beyond your control demand change. There were some long-term employees with a sense of entitlement, employees who did not want to grow and change with the company's future, and then the final straw, employees who fought against the company's new vision. So unfortunately, a pruning and right-sizing had to take place. I had to come up with a vision and utilize the skills we had to change the things I could not change. Kind of like the AA prayer goes, God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. You don't have to be an alcoholic to appreciate those words of wisdom, but I sure can appreciate drawing on that wine a many a night to help persevere, and a many a night. You need to understand as a leader, no one likes change. Even if people are miserable, they will normally still choose the misery they know compared to the unknown, even if the unknown is bound to be better. As a leader in 2020, I headed straight into the challenges that came along with redirecting the big ship of human construction into the waters of diversification. I saw an opportunity come from a problem we were having with broken glass on our equipment. When we worked in remote locations, breaking glass on our machines seemed to become a national sport. I steered the ship into a new market, security screens and protective glass, security systems called rock glass. And probably the biggest challenge was my ex-husband, who's the one that developed the product. And now we would be business partners. God, let's believe that we're better business than marriage partners. But during the first COVID shutdown, while everybody was at home, I sat 6 feet away from my ex-husband. And we developed health barriers to protect people. Life has a funny way of making you grow. I have found that if you take the path of trying to help and share with others and be forgiving, you can prosper. Don't be afraid to step outside of your comfort zone. Diversify and plant seeds to grow your entrepreneurial spirit. I had a chance at an opportunity and a chance to move forward towards a solution for my present business. Leadership is growth with lessons that can be learned from your past. I've leapt in the hope the net would appear more times than I can count. My motto has always been, if you're not living on the edge, you're taking up too much space. Who knows, maybe in my next leadership speech, I can speak to more things that I shouldn't have done, or I'll have fallen off the edge. But until then, I'd like to share my last piece of advice from a quote I read. Management is about persuading people to do the things they do not want to do, while leadership is about inspiring people to do the things they never thought they could. Thank you for the opportunity today to share my leadership journey and to share my chapters from my school and my story from the Hart School of Knox. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, and a great big thank you to Colleen for a very inspiring presentation. Colleen obviously led her own way. She capitalized on her unique skills and characteristics and abilities. And each one of us here has a very unique set of characteristics that flow from who we are. And at Achieve, we use this really simple leadership style assessment to help us think about what our particular strengths are. And I'm going to just very briefly talk through these. And what I want you to be thinking about as I'm talking is, what are your unique gifts? What are the things that you bring to the world and to influencing and being an example and mentoring other people that nobody else can? So as I talk through them, again, be thinking about yourself and what is your unique set of characteristics that make you who you are. So the first one you see is the head personality profile. And this individual is, they're decisive, they're usually quite frank, they're quick to analyze situations and see where things could be improved. They tend to hold really high standards for themselves and for others. They're often characterized as being really purposeful and driven. The next personality style is the heart profile. And these individuals come across as they're very warm, they're very friendly, they strive to create harmony, they really focus on building and maintaining relationships, and they work hard to understand others and to make them feel included. So that's the second personality or leadership style. The third one is the gut. These are the imaginative, the creative individuals who are really good at coming up with original ideas. They tend to enjoy thinking about not what is, but what's next and what might be possible. So these individuals tend to excel in out-of-the-box thinking. And then the last personality profile or leadership style that we talk about is the feet. The practical, the matter of fact, the down to earth, the roll up your sleeves kind of individual. They're reliable. They enjoy the present. They tend to look for immediate results. And they're really quick to find practical ways to solve problems and to work towards a solution. So these are individuals who tend to be very versatile, responsible, and hardworking. So as we think about capitalizing on diversity, we can see, and we've talked a lot about collective strength that we have. And when we look at these various leadership styles, we can start to see how we complement each other. We don't all need to be the same, but we need to bring of our strengths to our families, our communities, and our workplaces. So just like a body needs a head and a heart and a gut and feet to function really well, so do our workplaces function well with a mixture of the variety of strengths that we all bring. So we bring our strengths and we contribute to the collective good. So I'd like you to think just for a minute or two on your own. I'm going to give you some time to reflect on what is your leadership style. And we all lead in informal ways, whether that's by example or conversation. It might be in our family, in our community, and in our workplace. What is your leadership style? And if those 4 that I outlined there for you don't resonate with you, don't feel stuck on those. Just think about what are your particular strengths that you bring. And then the last question there on that slide is, what is unique about you? And then to think about, how are you sharing this? And maybe if you want to think about how you could share this moving forward. So I'll give you just a minute to reflect on that on your own. And then you're going to be moved into new breakout rooms. And again, I would really encourage you to capitalize on the opportunity to meet new people. So to unmute yourself, and if you're comfortable, to turn your cameras on and to first of all, introduce yourself to each other very briefly, and then go around and share what are your particular unique strengths and how you're sharing this. Hi there, and welcome back. I again trust that you enjoyed those conversations, sharing about your own unique perspectives and what you bring to leadership. Our next presenter is Carinna de Rosales, and I'm really, really pleased to have her here today. Louise told us a little bit about the programs that the proceeds of this conference are going to. And Carinna and Louise work very closely together. And as co-director at SEED, Carinna focuses both on program and enterprise development for low-income individuals, but also for groups, for neighborhoods, and for large-scale products. So she's been involved in the design and the development of Recognition Counts, which is a microloan program for skilled immigrants seeking qualifications and recognition here in Canada. She has a lot of wisdom, a lot of experience, and she's going to be talking to us about why a feminist approach to leadership matters. Give us again just a few seconds here. We'll do a quick clean, and then Carinna will be up.
Hi there. Thanks for having me today. SEED stands for Supporting Employment and Economic Development, and I'm here today to talk to you about our co-director leadership model at SEED, as well as the feminist lens and building capacity in our programs. To talk about our co-director model evolution, we have to first begin by talking about our previous executive director, Cindy Coker, who is a personal mentor of mine and a leader in her own right. She began at Seed in 2003 and was executive director between 2005 and 2016. And she really used a participative management approach to all of her work and how she led Seed Winnipeg. And although we use participatory management as our framework to leading the organization, she did appoint program managers, which Louise and I were both a program manager. Louise was a manager of asset building programs, and I was a manager of business development services. And she then, we restructured a little bit further and developed department directors in 2008, thus forming a senior management team, which was us three, Louise, myself, and Cindy. And Cindy's approach was really about skill building and succession planning from the moment that she started at Seed. Cindy was a founding co-chair of the Winnipeg Poverty Reduction Council, as well as the co-chair of the Winnipeg End Homelessness Task Force, and the co-founder of Diversity Food Services, a Winnipeg-based social enterprise that's partially owned by Seed Winnipeg. She had over 15 years experience working in economic development in the US and really brought a lot of skill and strong leadership to Seed. Louise and myself are the current co-directors, and you heard this morning that Louise has over 20 years experience in community economic development and international work as well. She's worked on development projects in Bangladesh and India and South Africa, and at a local level was involved in the establishment of the Mondragon Bookstore and Coffee House, which was a workers' collective based on participatory economic principles. And you also heard that Louise is a former refugee, and I would say extremely focused on human rights and social and economic justice. For myself, I have almost 20 years in local community economic development work, and my background is in family-owned business and international business, hospitality industry, food service, and also market research and export market readiness studies and business planning. So that's us and the current co-directors, and I'll talk a little bit about the process. So when Cindy informed us that she was retiring, and she gave us lots of notice and gave us lots of time to plan and think about our interest, we confirmed our interest with her and with our board of directors. And we submitted individual resumes to our board of directors and our executive, but we also had to provide a proposal of shared leadership because this was something new to our board. We conducted research on a shared leadership model. We did in-depth self-assessments. We obtained input from staff. We spoke with funders and stakeholders, and we proposed a division of work based on our skills, interest, and fit. We went through a joint interview where we shared our proposal of shared leadership and a transition plan that we presented. We also presented this transition plan at small group team meetings. It was really important, not only to us, but also to Cindy, the previous director, to get staff input. And so she interviewed all staff and gathered input on our strengths and weaknesses, as well as areas that staff felt confident or concerned about us. And so we felt very well prepared going into the interviews. We certainly had enabling conditions that allowed for this shared leadership model. I really felt like Cindy had been preparing us for this work for years. And Louise and I had worked together for over 15 years at Seed. So really, really felt super comfortable there. Trust was a huge factor. It was a shared position, and it was developed in consultation with staff based on our skills and interest, and as well focused on the areas of work we were already doing. Another condition that was definitely an enabler was that Cindy would be available to us as a resource for at least a year after we transitioned. And we had strong board and executive support as well as staff support. But I would say most of all, trust was one of the most important factors, trust between Louise and I, and the ability to be and show vulnerability with each other, to admit when we were wrong or making mistakes, challenge each other's assumptions, question each other without taking personal offense, and really just having each other's back. This wouldn't work without those things in place. There's certainly challenges with this model of co-directorship or co-leadership. It is incredibly time intensive. And I would say in general, leading a nonprofit is time intensive. There's lots of meetings, so frequency of meetings. But for Louise and I, what this meant was daily informal check-ins plus weekly formal meetings, requiring constant communication, because we needed to always know what the other person was thinking or doing in case someone came to us instead of the other person. There's also an element of good cop, bad cop to this work, having two people. And so sometimes we have to play that role for good or for bad. And there's certainly no guidebook on how to be co-directors. So I feel like we're charting a bit of uncharted or less traveled territories, if you will. Some of the challenges would be, how would we resolve our own differences of opinions? And there was certainly some some gray areas around roles and responsibilities, and staff at the beginning weren't always certain which one of us to talk to or to inform. Around the resolving differences of opinion, Louise and I both sought the expertise of a conflict resolution specialist to work with us to better understand our conflict resolution styles and to come up with a shared approach with how we would resolve differences when they arise. The successes and opportunities using the model for SEED, it really provided a sense of stability. And in that way, because we, as a staff who had been there long term, we really didn't want to bring in someone new to the organization. So it did provide a sense of stability to the staff. It really allows us to use our natural strengths and abilities in doing the job. The division of work is much more manageable and equitable. We're accountable to each other and the organization, so having two people lead makes that process of accountability easier and more transparent. And it's great to have another set of eyes on projects and activities that you're working on. So providing that natural backup to one another. And another thing that the dual leadership model did for us was that it facilitated more organizational cohesion and work across the different departments or program areas across SEED. So the vision for our organization essentially is that we envision a place where opportunities exist for all people and communities to realize their hopes. And our mission is to build those strong communities and increase opportunities for people through financial empowerment programs and services. This is a look at our, not our organizational chart, but a visual of our programs. And you'll see that the organization has the asset building program side, which Louise was formerly the manager of, and business development services, which was the area that I led. And underneath we have an assortment of programs and services. At the core, we have cross-program positions that support the entire organization. And at the base, program delivery partnerships, research, and broader outreach. SEED is a partner of over 120 local organizations here in Manitoba. So what's interesting is that I'm really happy to share the feminist lens in program development and to connect some of the theory to how we've built our programs and how we're able to work with women in the community. And central to implementing this approach are concepts such as intersectionality, agency, and process. And I want to talk a little bit about each in order to understand how we get to what we're doing. So intersectionality is a framework, and it recognizes multiple aspects of a person's identity that play out in their lives. And that could be things like class or race. And it can often be it can often exacerbate oppression or marginalization. It also challenges one's general understanding of gender beyond just the binaries. But adopting this framework allows practitioners to identify and address really complex contexts and helps us formulate ways in which we meet the needs of those that we serve. Agency is a person's ability to make choices and to transform those choices into outcomes. And to have feminist agency includes things like autonomy, choice, empowerment, and meaningful engagement. And it really means recognizing that the individuals themselves are the experts and knowledge holders in their own right. So to have this lens, it's not just about results. It really is about a process. And fundamental to those processes are things like integrity and contextualizing, learning, collaboration, and responsiveness. And it needs to go hand in hand with a human rights-based approach because both frameworks allow the rights holders and their needs to be at the center or the core. So that's a critical piece. What this means from a practitioner or an organization is that it means shifting from supply-driven approaches, which prioritize service delivery, to demand-driven, an approach that really looks at the individual needs and centers that at the initiative. Feminist lens requires a challenging of systemic inequality. It's not just about changing one thing. It's about challenging unjust power systems, challenging policies and changing programs locally, nationally, regionally, and even globally. Both gender inequality and economic inequality are linked. And in order for effective economic equality, women need to enjoy the rights to control and benefit their resources and assets, income, their own time, and they need to be able to manage the risks and improve their own economic status and well-being. Women must also really feel empowered and have the autonomy to believe that they can make changes in their own lives and have that agency to do so. So unless we tackle gender inequality and economic inequality at the same time, women's economic empowerment will be very difficult or if not impossible to realize. The programming must be flexible and responsive. And the strategies to adapt must respond to new information and understanding of women's needs or what's changing or impacting their lives. So responsiveness is key. Flexibility is important because change is complex and unpredictable. And often, empowerment is not linear, and women in particular have many setbacks or levers that alter their path. So it's certainly not a straight line. I think most importantly, developing a responsive program is important because members from impacted communities need to have a voice in how that's designed and played out. So involving the stakeholders in the design of programs and how they're implemented, because it's not just about simply improving what's done. It is having that lived experience voice to be responsive. So the next slide I'm showing you is called the Sustainable Livelihoods Framework, and it is a framework that we use in all of our program development work. And I just want to be honest here that there are entire day-long workshops on the Sustainable Livelihoods Framework, so I'm just going to touch on some of the key points. But this is a strength-based asset approach that we take. And it assumes that all people have assets and strengths, and they've divided an individual into 5 areas, into different asset sections. So financial assets, for example, physical assets, human assets. And it's used as a tool to move people from a stage of survival to self-sustaining or sustainable. I've got a couple of slides on this. So you'll see that this is used as an economic development tool to help women move out of poverty and into a sustainable livelihood mode. assuming that people start in survival mode where there's not enough income for basic needs, to enhancing employability, exploring possibilities, consolidating those possibilities, and then finally a sustainable livelihood. But all along the way, you'll notice the curly strings connecting those things. Those are the things that happen in life that set us off course, that naturally happen to everyone. And so that's when programming that uses a strength-based, asset-based approach are showing the flexibility and the responsiveness that can adapt to what's happening in people's lives. And it doesn't completely throw them off course. They can still participate in the programming because we've built in to the programs itself the ability to respond to the changing needs of the women that we serve. So SEED has developed all of its programs and services on a continuum of program interventions using the Sustainable Livelihoods model as a main framework. And you'll see on your screen, we've got the stages and the names of each stages, stage one being survival, and the final just after stage 4 being sustainable livelihood. And SEED's programs are placed along the continuum. The micro enterprise or small business development falls under stage 3. Social enterprise and co-op development work that we do is stage 2. Match savings or individual development accounts. Our matched home buyers IDA would be considered stage 4 in terms of consolidating economic opportunities. Our match savings circle program would be more helpful for someone in stage 1 moving towards stage 2. We have RESPs and Canada Learning Bond programs. Again, people aren't able to make those decisions until further along in the continuum. And we have developed programs and supports and services for those that are in stage 1 of the sustainable livelihoods, more of a survival, so access to identification and supports, tax filing, and access to benefits and income supports. And our recognition counts program. So those are the suite of SEED's programs and services laid out on the sustainable livelihoods continuum. So our business development program currently offers 4 streams, if you will, of training, the Business Enterprise Support and Training, or BEST. And then we have an Immigrant BEST, which is open to newcomer men and women, as well as Immigrant Women Exploring Business and Indigenous Women Exploring Business. And our programs are successful because of the following best practices that we use, not just in the business programs, but also SEED's asset building programs. So definitely using a participant-centered approach, the strength-based asset building approach, which I spoke about, plain language in all of our curriculum and in facilitation, and individual coaching, really customizing that work to meet the needs of where people are at. Access to sufficient funding is also really critical, as many businesses fail within the first 1 to 3 years due to undercapitalization. And we do that in partnership with our financial partner, Assiniboine Credit Union. Other best practices include really collaborative and authentic partnerships. As I mentioned, SEED is partners with over 120 agencies across Manitoba. And our programs also work to address systemic barriers, and we have partnerships in place that support folks that receive employment and income assistance and allow them to earn business revenue without the clawback or financial penalties while they're building up their business in the early stages and building a nest egg, and it allows them to continue to receive their employment supports, assistance without fear of that clawback. We also provide a wraparound of continuum of supports, really just meeting people where they're at. And this could be through having appropriate program supports, childcare, bus tickets. We offer an English as an additional language specialist. We also work with elders and cultural advisors in our programming. So just some quick examples of some of our businesses that we've worked with. and I'm getting a flag for the time. So just wanted to say here, the program successes that we're working on in our women's programming, we're meeting or exceeding a lot of our program goals and doing great. And when COVID hit this spring, quick need to pivot, adapt, meet needs, alter deliverables, and be really modify our outcomes. So worked collaboratively with our funders to do that. And that's really just representative of showing and demonstrating that flexibility and that responsiveness in order to work effectively with women in the community. Overall, Seeds worked with over 5,500 people this year. Our business programs launched 24 small businesses and helped support 6 business expansions last year and created 36 jobs. We're super proud of that. We've helped folks access over $7 million in income benefits and obtain more than 1,100 pieces of ID. And as an organization, we do obviously represent women really well. Our participants are 62% women, our staff is 75% women, and our board is 46% women. Also, over a third of our staff are past participants, and almost a quarter of our board members are past participants as well. So really building that capacity. And since I'm running out of time, I'm just going to leave you with a picture of Kay, who is a program participant that participated in both our asset building programs and our small business programs. She was a former refugee, and she makes handmade woven goods, and has been a long time believer and supporter of our work because it's helped her make some great strides. And she also really works hard to support her own community, individuals and other refugees from Burma. So thanks for having me today. I'm going to wrap it up a little bit early. I do have a reference slide, so we'll make sure that Achieve gets that sent out to you. It really just takes a village, and I just want to leave you with that. Nothing to me is more powerful than a circle of women that is supporting one another. So thanks for the opportunity today to share our work.
Thank you so much, Carinna, for sharing your perspective with us here today. We're going to show a short video, and as we're doing that, we're going to do again a quick little clean, and then we're going to move along to our next speaker. So thank you, and bear with us for just a minute. It is my pleasure now to introduce to you Catherine Schinkel. Catherine Schinkel has been a senior advisor in human resources for over 20 years. She's worked in a variety of functions and in many, many industries. She believes that the key to avoiding being overwhelmed isn't just about trying to get more things done in less time, but figuring out what are the right things to do that deserve our time and our focus. And I know I personally have been inspired by my conversations with Catherine, and I'm delighted that she's going to share her story with us here today.
I hope you're enjoying the conference so far. I know I am. It's been really inspiring, really enjoying it. I'm Catherine Schinkel, and I'm here to talk to you today about overcoming overwhelm and reclaiming our time. I'd like to start today by sharing a personal story, and I want to ask you to time travel back with me about 2 years ago to the lounge at the Winnipeg International Airport, back when business travel was still a thing. Remember that? Anyway, this was 2 years ago, and at this time, I was working for a big international consulting firm delivering HR consulting projects all over Canada. And on this particular day, we were heading to Regina. And I was on a teleconference with my team. I had team members in Toronto and Calgary, and we were all meeting up in Regina that afternoon, and we were on a call with the client and going over all the material for that meeting. And at the end of the call, the client said, "Great job, guys. I like everything, and I look forward to seeing you this afternoon in Saskatoon." Well, there was a pause on the line, and I could hear my team members thinking, what did he just say? So I quickly jumped in and said, yep, Saskatoon. See you then. Team, do you mind staying on the line? And of course, after he hung up, I had to admit I had made a big mistake, and I had us flying to the wrong city. So I want to tell you a little bit about what happened and how I got to this place. And a lot of it had to do with where I was in my mindset at that time. And at that time, I was spinning a lot of plates. I had this very demanding job. I was traveling like crazy. I was parenting my son, who was 6 and 7 years old at the time, and had some personal stressors as well that really led me to this state of mind where I felt like I was spinning a lot of plates and constantly worried and anxious that I was going to drop one of them. And that day I did, and it was pretty hard to hide. And maybe some of you relate to this. Maybe you're spinning plates of your own work, family, what have you, school. I think if you're at this conference, you're probably a bit of a striver and achiever, which I relate to. You know, you want to learn and grow and take classes and network and do all the things. And sometimes that can be really wonderful, right? It can be really energizing and stimulating, and you really feel like you're changing the world, and it can be great. But other times it can really start to feel like a bit much, and you can find yourself sliding into a state of overwhelm. So what's overwhelm? Well, I would define it as a situation when you find that the demands being placed on you are greater than the capacity you have to deal with all those demands. So it's a feeling like you don't have enough gas in the tank. And it can be caused, as discussed, by things like work and family pressures and demands and responsibilities. It can also come on when there's something that's causing you stress and worry. Maybe a big project that you really want to go well, or maybe you're worried about something, you're waiting for a phone call on something that could be negative, or it could be, living in a global pandemic. That might cause a bit of stress. I don't know about you. So when the stress is pervasive and it goes on, it can lead us to this sense of overwhelm. And what does that look like? How do you know if you're experiencing overwhelm versus your garden variety stress, It looks like this, or what it can look like is anger. You can find yourself perhaps feeling short-tempered, snapping at people that you love, like your kid or your partner. It can look like anxiety and worry. Those endless loops of worry that are maybe keeping you up at night, trouble sleeping. It can cause doubt in yourself, loss of confidence, feeling of helplessness, or as in my case, forgetfulness. So that's what overwhelm can look like. Now, how did I get there to this state of overwhelm so much so that I was forgetting pretty important details, like where I was flying? Well, let me tell you a little bit about my backstory. So a couple years prior to that fateful day at the airport, I had started a new job. I actually made a career switch after working in HR for years and years. I wanted to try something new, and I joined a big national consulting firm, and it was very, very different. So although it was HR consulting, it was really different. I was actually more in a sales role, project management, traveling like crazy, and everything was new. I had so much to learn, and I could tell pretty early on it wasn't going to be a cakewalk. So my strategy, I decided that what I was going to do to succeed in this new job, which I really wanted to succeed in, I was just going to work really hard, and I was going to focus on exactly two things. I was going to focus on work and parenting, and that's it. And so at that time, I actually did have a lot of hobbies. I played piano for a choir, which brought me a lot of happiness. And I had a good fitness regime, and I had, saw my friends, and we had theater tickets. Well, all that stuff, I put it on the shelf, because how do you do those things when you're traveling all the time and when you're working nights and weekends? It just didn't work. So that was my strategy. Work really hard and success will follow. So that's the formula. Maybe you're familiar with this formula. Well, how do you think it worked for me? So I think you can guess. It was a bust. And what I want to share with you today is what I've learned since then. I want to share with you a little bit about what I think does work if you're finding yourself in a state of overwhelm, and how you can really shift yourself out of overwhelm and into a state of mind that will give you the time and energy to reclaim your time and really enjoy your days. So the bottom line, as I said, is that this formula doesn't work. And when I started to do some reading and reflection, here's what I learned. So a really great resource I want to share with you first is this book by Shawn Achor called The Happiness Advantage. And in this book, he makes the argument that the formula that I just shared with you is broken. And yet we see it all the time, don't we? Like, we're taught that formula right from the time that we go to school, that you're supposed to work hard and get the good grades, and then in the workplace, work hard, success will follow. We probably teach that formula to our kids. And yet in many ways it is broken. And the science tells us that, and the research tells us that. And Shawn Achor would say, or laid out in his book really effectively, that a big problem with the formula has to do with how we define success. So if you think of success as a goalpost that we're striving toward, the problem is that the goalpost constantly is getting moved out. So in the job that I was in, a sales job,
every time you make a sale, that's success, but now you got to make the next sale or a bigger sale or sell more to that customer. Every time you finish a project, that's nice, but now you got to finish a bigger project. And maybe you relate to this too. Maybe you've been promoted and now you want to strive for the next promotion. Or if you're into fitness, you finish a race and that afternoon you're online registering for the next race. And so it becomes this endless cycle of striving. And if we believe that happiness is on the other side of that goalpost, well, we're never going to get there if we keep pushing the goalpost out. So that's the big challenge with this formula. When I read this book, The Happiness Advantage, and this concept I just shared with you about the moving goalpost, it reminded me of a metaphor that we used to speak of in consulting, and it's kind of a joke. And the joke is that the first prize for winning the pie eating contest is more pie. So it's a metaphor, and the metaphor is that work is like the pie. And just like the pie in a pie eating contest, the work is endless, and there's always more than you could possibly consume. And the irony is when you work hard and you're successful and you're productive, how are you rewarded? You get more work, right? So again, sometimes that can be a good thing, and sometimes it can just really feel like a bit much. So what I learned in this fantastic book, The Happiness Advantage, is that, I'm going to just read this quote to you. Instead of thinking of happiness as something that is fueled by success, we need to understand that our resilience, happiness, and well-being, positive emotions, engagement, relationships, meaning, achievement, actually fuel our performance and success. So that formula I showed you with the arrows, it's backwards. We need to believe, or we need to take the approach instead that happiness will fuel our success. So in other words, another way to think about it is that when you limit yourself from experiencing happiness, you're limiting your ability to succeed. You're limiting your brain's ability to function effectively. And if that sounds extreme, I'm going to share with you a little bit of research on the topic. Just to illustrate that for you, then when I was making those choices to withhold some of the pleasures in my life, not playing piano, not seeing friends, I was actually limiting my ability to be happy. I was actually limiting my success in a way. And the research really shows this to be true. So the slide that I'm showing you on the screen now, this is just a little recap of a study that was done in 2005, which demonstrated that people who were in a positive state of mind or positive affect in general had better and secure jobs. They were better at keeping jobs. They had superior productivity, better resiliency, less burnout, greater sales. For example, the author of this study was able to demonstrate that salespeople who worked in a positive state of mind sold 37% more than their peers who were in a neutral or negative state of mind. Doctors who work in a positive state of mind were 20% more likely to make a correct diagnosis compared to their peers who were in a neutral or negative state of mind. So the research does show that positive affect is really, really important for our success. So what I want to share with you today is what you can do, what does work, and how you can shift if you find yourself in a state of overwhelm, whether it's today or in the future. What are some things that you can do to shift your thinking and take yourself into a positive mindset and ultimately fuel your own success and happiness? And these are some things I learned through reading and reflection and working from a coach shortly after that fateful day at the Winnipeg airport. So I want to share 3 lessons that I learned with you. And lesson number 1 is really about seeing the big picture. Sometimes we can really get caught up in the day-to-day demands and lose sight of our values and what's important. And I don't know about you, but I feel like I heard that theme over and over today. I heard Jessica Dumas talking about that when she was in her corporate job and really sidelined from doing what she was passionate about. And I'd heard Brenda Kriss talking about that when she was with her Crown Corporation role for such a long time and really not pursuing her passion. So there are times that we're living outside of our values, and it's at those times I think that we really feel drained and frustrated, and it can lead to a lot of anxiety. So seeing the big picture, what this looked like for me, I did an exercise. I was encouraged to do an exercise where I identified my top 3 values and then thought about where I was spending my time and energy, and did it really line up. And interestingly, one of my values is challenge. And I just love challenge. I love being challenged. I like new things and variety. I've been that way my whole life. I love having a problem to solve. I'm a little competitive. So when I thought about it, the job that I was in, the job I had been attracted to, it did make a lot of sense, and it really checked that box for me of challenge. So that part was good. The problem was another one of my values near and dear to my heart, more important, in fact, is the value of family. And this job that I was in, it didn't really allow me to live to my true value. I didn't really feel I was being the, the mom and the wife that I wanted to be. And so in that way, my life that I was living was out of whack, and it was contributing to some of the frustration, etc., that I was having. So this exercise was very foundational for me, and it really set the foundation for some of the decisions, some of the other exercises that I'm going to share with you in a moment. So if this sounds interesting to you, very simple, I would encourage you to give this one some thought, write down 2 or 3 values, and not right now, but when you have time to reflect. What are your top 2 or 3 values? On the screen, this is a postcard that I used to have stuck to my office wall just to give you a sense of what I mean by values. And then once you've done so, spending some time reflecting and writing about where are you spending your time, and do you need to carve out more time or a different way of looking at things to let yourself really live those values and really focus on what's important. So that's lesson 1, is really taking stock of the big picture and your values, and are you living in alignment with those values. And that leads to the second lesson, which is making space. We then need to make space for the things that are important, and that means not just more work, not just eating more of the metaphorical pie, right? So this means really thinking about outcomes you care about, whether it's having a loving relationship with your spouse, or a healthy mind and body, or having new experiences, and then making sure that you're prioritizing these things. It's about knowing what nurtures your spirit, and then really finding time and space. Now you might be thinking, wait a minute, Catherine, this is about overcoming overwhelm, and now you're asking me to find time to do more. Well, I want to just really stop and pause there and make sure that's not what you're hearing me say. So this really isn't about doing more with less, or it's not even about doing less. This isn't about time management. Instead, it's really about focusing on the right things. And again, I want to just share one more book with you. Again, life-changing resource, really changed my life. Highly recommend it. A great book called Essentialism, The Disciplined Pursuit of Less. So the title really says it all. How can we pursue less? It's really about focusing again on what's important, by author Greg McEwen. And I want to share a quote from him with you. The way of the essentialist isn't about getting more done in less time. It's not about getting less done. It's about getting only the right things done. It's about challenging the core assumption of we can have it all and I have to do everything, and replacing it with the pursuit of the right thing in the right way at the right time. So those words really resonated with me. But then the challenge becomes how? How do you do this? I don't know about you, I always feel like I have to do everything. So I want to share with you a question that my coach asked me. Her name's Stacey Olson. And this question I found really illuminating, and it is, what are the easy choices that you are making that make your life hard? What are the easy choices that you're making that make your life hard? So for me, when I reflected on this, I find it very hard to say no. And that was another theme I really heard today. I heard a couple other speakers talking about that, how difficult it is to say no. And I think that speaks to the fact that, you're at this conference, you're, again, a person who is succeeding, you want to achieve, and sometimes it comes with the territory, doesn't it, that we're pleasers. It's very hard to say no. We want to say yes. So when someone asks you to do the extra assignment, go the extra mile, stay late and get some work done, take an extra meeting, we say yes, 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 because it's easier than saying no. And so it's these easy choices that make our life hard. For me, it was always accepting every meeting, back-to-back meetings, no breaks in between, that kind of thing. Now, a way to reframe this and maybe challenge yourself to say no now and again is to realize that when we say yes to everything, we're saying no to other things. So what I mean by that, when we say yes at 4:30, yes, I'll do that extra work, I'll stay late and do it, we're saying no to getting home on time and having dinner with our family. Is that okay, right? And maybe it is, maybe it's not. When we say, yeah, sure, I'll help you out this week and I'll volunteer to do X, Y, and Z, maybe we're saying no to commitments we made to ourselves to get to the gym or spend time with people in our lives that are important to us. So when we say yes, what are we saying no to? Asking ourselves these questions can just help us become more conscious of where we want to spend our time, where we might be out of whack with things, and what are some shifts that we can make in how we're living our life. Another way to think about this is embrace the JOMO. So we all know what FOMO stands for, right? The fear of missing out. And I think that was more a thing before COVID, when there was more to miss out on, right? There different activities and events. And I don't know about you, I'm a person, I always like to be out and about and try the new restaurant and, go accept every invitation that comes my way, partially because of that fear of missing out. But maybe it's an age thing, but in later years, I've definitely started to embrace the JOMO, which is the joy of missing out, and realizing that sometimes saying no to these things creates more space to do what's important. So in my case, maybe that's spending time with my son, reading a good book that feeds my spirit, what have you. There's another acronym I really love, OBIWTGH. That stands for out, but I wish I could go home. And that's an acronym I've kind of adopted more now that I'm in my 40s. I don't know about you guys, but anyway, so embrace the JOMO. I do think sometimes we feel a lot of pressure to be out there having fun, saying yes to everything. So don't be like the sea otters in this cartoon. Don't feel the pressure, and just, embrace the JOMO, create the space, and don't feel guilty about it. The last lesson I want to share with you, get happy. So easier said than done, right? But just to recap, I want to recap what I shared with you, what I learned from Sean Acor. If we can find a way to become positive in the present, our brains work more successfully and we work smarter and faster. And there's some brain science behind this. When we are happy, our brains are flooded with dopamine and we're better able to learn and engage, and we do naturally become more successful. So being happy is actually pretty important. So you may ask, well, how do I get happy, Catherine? Is it that easy? Can I switch on a happiness switch in my brain? And the answer is kind of yes. There are actually quite a lot of techniques, and there's different research on things you can do in the present, in the moment, to get happy. And there's actually tons of stuff if you want to read about this online and Google it. But today I'm just going to share with you 3 practices that worked for me that are very easy, that you can do immediately, that will help you shift your thinking, shift your mindset, and get happy. So the first one, very simple, is practicing gratitude. They say that when we're in a state of feeling grateful, it's actually very hard to feel stressed and anxious or angry. So this is something you can try to do anytime you find yourself slipping into overwhelm or negative thinking. So one really simple example, you might find yourself in line at the supermarket and just feeling mad, that you have to wait in this line and people aren't wearing their masks when they should, and there's not the stuff on the grocery shelves that I wanted, and what have you. And you can shift in that moment, realize, I'm feeling negative, I'm feeling stressed. What can I be grateful for right now? 3 things. I'm grateful for the groceries in my cart. I'm grateful that I have the money to buy these groceries. I'm grateful that I'm healthy enough to be here. And immediately, just in that moment, you've shifted your thinking. You're practicing gratitude. So that's something you can do anytime. I find it helpful, even sometimes if I'm stressed and having a hard time sleeping, shifting my thinking. 3 things I'm grateful for right now. So that's an easy one. And if you want to take it to the next level, try journaling, try having a gratitude journal. And so that's where you write 3 things that you're happy or grateful for every single day. And the journal I'm showing you on the screen, this is one that I bought, 5-minute journal. Gotta love that, because I personally only have 5 minutes in the morning. Maybe you relate to that. And in this journal, there's space to do exactly that. And it challenges you to try to write new things every day that you're grateful for. And what I found is that my brain starts looking for things to be grateful for, saving up those things to write in the journal, which is really helpful because then I'm naturally just shifting my brain into that positive mode. And further, guys, what I've learned, what I read in the research is that those who keep a gratitude journal, according to one study, will have better sleep, reductions in physical pain, a greater sense of well-being, and a better ability to handle change. Also, I've also heard that Oprah does it, and you have to admit, it seems to be working for her. So consider it, gratitude journal, that's the easy one to shift your thinking. The second thing you can do to get into happy mode is to treat yourself. Now, treating yourself, it doesn't have to be luxurious. It just has to be something that makes you happy. So in the picture on the screen, there's a dog wearing luxury shades and a robe and probably isn't actually enjoying any of those things. So the key is to think of things that make you happy, and that's going to look different for all of us. And again, it doesn't have to be something expensive or outlandish. It just has to be something that makes you feel like smiling. So I was challenged to make a list. What are some things, what are some treats I can treat myself with that would make me happy, low cost or no cost? And for me, it's things like just looking at pictures of my son and my husband on my phone make me happy, you know, if I just need a little pick-me-up. Or picking up the phone and calling my mom or texting a friend. If I have more time, if I want to spend a little money going for a walk and getting a really good Starbucks. So it can be little things like that, and it's going to look different for everybody. And you might say, well, isn't it kind of indulgent, or do these things really make a difference? But I want you to remember, I'm going to again recap what I've learned from Shawn Achor. When we make our happiness and well-being a priority, we perform better and we lead stronger. And that's not just for us, but for the people around us. So the teams that you're leading, or your family members, people you care about. So in fact, it's not selfish at all. And if you don't believe me, believe Michelle Obama. She says we need to do a better job of putting ourselves higher on our own to-do list. So this matters regardless of your position or your career. We're always going to face stress, and we have always a choice in any moment to change our thinking, to consider how we can put ourselves higher on that to-do list. And it's important to remember that when we're tired, when we're run down, it's going to be a lot easier to fall into negative thinking, overwhelm, worry, impatience, all of which make your days harder than they need to be and really hold you back from the very thing you want, which is happiness, which is success. So again, we need to do a better job of putting ourselves higher on our own to-do list. The last lesson that I learned, or the last thing you can do to shift into happiness mode, is managing your mindset. So on this slide, this is a picture of me. This is actually my feet, yes, in Mexico in February before COVID. And I went on a trip with my son and husband. And one thing I did differently on this particular vacation, I booked a solo yoga retreat at the end, which I've never done before. And I'm not saying you have to go on a yoga retreat to be happy, but I'm not saying it either. So when COVID's over, or in the future, if there's an opportunity, I would encourage it. But that's not the point at all that I want to make. The point I want to make is about choosing the lens through which you look at the world. So what I really noticed on this trip, and you know, I imagine some of the mums on this conference will relate to this. Sometimes when you have all this togetherness time with your family, even though you're on this beautiful vacation, there can be these little annoyances, right? You're reading your book in the hot sun, and your child's like, Mommy, come play with me in the freezing cold swimming pool, right? Or your husband wants to like go eat Italian food, even though you're in Mexico and you want to eat the Mexican food. But what I noticed that particular week, I was really conscious that our time together was limited and that soon we'd be going our separate ways. And having that lens on it made me see these little things as opportunities. I wanted to be in the pool with my son. I wanted to make my husband happy and just agree to the Italian food. And I also knew that in a few short days, you know, this all would be over, which is an interesting mindset to have, to be really aware that this too shall pass. I mean, not that those are horrible things to pass, but just to be aware that everything's fleeting. So I did find on this particular vacation that I somehow had a different lens on the world, and I was just in a fantastic state of mind the whole time. So the lesson here is really to manage your mindset. If you do find yourself feeling annoyed or dropping into negative thinking, don't believe everything you think. So if you find yourself thinking, oh, I'm going to fail, I can't do this. Oh, Wendy asked me to speak at this conference and now it's being recorded and every word I misspeak is going to be on a permanent record, right? Those are thoughts that a person could have. Important instead to shift the thinking and maybe look at it a different way, right? I have an amazing opportunity today to connect with over 100 women on the other side of this camera and maybe offer them some tools or inspiration that will be useful. And the women that I met on this call so far are really, you know, accepting and wonderful, and they're not going to judge me if I misspeak or I stumble over my words. So we can change our thoughts, we can change our perspective. So don't believe everything you think. If you find yourself slipping into those negative states, negative thinking, challenge yourself. Is there a different way? Is there a different way to look at this? Is it possible that my thoughts aren't true? Is it possible that there's something else? You know, my boss is really demanding of me. That's one way to look at it. Or you could think, my boss has a lot on her plate and this is an opportunity to help her. Or my boss is asking a lot of me because she has a lot of faith and trust in me, right? So there's always different ways to shift the mindset, to shift the lens on the world. And I want to close this section with another great quote from Shawn Achor. What we're finding is that it's not necessarily reality which shapes us. It's the lens through which your brain views the world that shapes your reality. It's the lens through which your brain views the world that shapes your reality. And I think this is such an important quote, especially during this time of COVID, because we're all in a similar reality right now. We're all dealing with COVID. We're all dealing with very stressful things. And I don't know about you, but I've noticed people with such different perspectives on it. There's definitely people, and I mean, they're not wrong, who say this is terrible and it's causing insecurity and it's causing all these problems and inconveniences and so on. And then there's other people who are like, you know, COVID has created some unexpected blessings for me. I have less scheduled time. I have more free time now with my family. It's really shining a light on what's important. I think some positive changes are going to come out of this. And, you know, whether or not you agree with those things, I think it's very interesting that we all have similar circumstances right now, and yet there's different lenses to look at things through, right? There's different choices a person can make. And again, please don't misunderstand me. Like, COVID has different impacts on different people. Very, very serious, challenges right now, of course, but more about just thinking, what is the lens that we want to look through? Can we make a choice when it makes sense to look at things through that different lens? And as Sean Aker says, if we can change the lens, not only can we change our happiness, we can change every single educational and business outcome at the same time. So really powerful to think of that choice that we make about what lens we want to look through. So I want to wrap up today with this one last slide that I feel like it really recaps everything I wanted to share with you. So what I learned, what I thought would make me productive, hard work, what actually does. On the slide, exercise, healthy eating, sleep, those little pieces of the pie. So I want to end by encouraging you to think about what those little pieces of the pie look like for you, right? What nurtures your spirit? What brings you happiness? And to really think about how you can prioritize that, to let go of any guilt you might have about prioritizing those things, and instead realize that those things are going to fuel your happiness. They're going to make you a better, employee, worker, wife. They're going to fuel your success. They're going to fuel your happiness. It's a good thing. And really want to leave you with that encouragement. So I hope I've been able today to leave you some ideas that will let you make a shift in your thinking when you find yourself slipping into overwhelm. And that this shift will let you move out of overwhelm and into a way of thinking that's really going to let you reclaim your time and enjoy your days. Thank you so much for having me.
Welcome back, everyone. Catherine gave us a lot of ideas to think about, and she focused on that we need to think about self-care and how really important that is to us. I want to lead us through a bit of an activity, and then what I want us to do is to stay right on time with our timer. That's what that was. So my apologies for that. So we're going to go through a bit of an activity to think about what are the things that we maybe want to revisit in our life. Maybe there are things that we want to be mindful of that we're already doing that we want to continue. And maybe there's some things we want to stop. So we're going to start to think about what are some tools that we can use to take control. So I want you to imagine a perfect day for yourself in the future. And I want you to spend some time, and we're going to take 20 minutes in total. So we're going to do some time self-reflecting first of all, and then we're going to go into our breakout rooms to talk about it. Imagine what a 24-hour day would look like if it was a perfect day. Now, it needs to imagine it's a typical day in the near future. It's really okay to imagine a different job, a different location, or a different circumstance, but it should be a typical day. So a typical day, not a vacation day. Now, start jotting notes down around what would this day look like. Ask yourself, how do you want to feel? What do you want to be doing? Who do you want to be spending your time with? What kind of people do you want to surround yourself by? What do you want to fill your days with? And then start jotting down, and you can start in the morning. You don't have to go exactly hour by hour, but it's a really helpful thing to start thinking about how we would like to structure our life. Be as specific as you can about your feelings and what environment looks like, the people that are around you, what time you wake up, what time you travel, what time you eat. Make it as detailed and specific as you can. And I did this exercise, and I'm going to show you just a snippet of what I wrote down, and this will give you some ideas for yourself taking the activity forward. So here's my example of the perfect day. And the important part for me was when I wrote the how I felt about it. So I wake up in the morning, I wake up at 6 o'clock, I'm feeling energized and refreshed. I meditate for about 10 to 15 minutes. I do a little bit of exercise. I do some yoga and some stretches, maybe do some weights. How do I feel? I feel really good. I feel fit. I feel healthy. 7 o'clock, we're moving to drink a cup of coffee. This is part of a real ritual for me in the morning. This is the time that I like to do some serious reading or to jot some things down in my journal. I make a healthy breakfast and enjoy it with myself and my family if they're around. And then do you note that next part? I realized when I did this activity, the perfect day would be that everybody helps me clean it up and it's not left on the table. So 8 o'clock, we move to get ready for the day. I shower, I do my hair, my makeup, and I'm listening to an inspiring podcast or a book on Audible. I'm driving my kids to school. Everyone gets themselves ready and we're able to get in the car. There's no drama. It's peaceful and pleasant. 9 o'clock, settle into work. Logging in from a beautiful office. Things are orderly and full of light. I'm looking forward to seeing my clients and my coworkers so that I can collaborate with them on an exciting project that I'm working on. So take some time now, grab your pen and your paper, and I'm going to give you just about 3 minutes to start jotting things down on your own. And as you're doing this, I'm just going to talk through a bunch of things for you to think about. But the focus now is not for you to think about what I'm saying as opposed to what you're writing. These are just idea sparkers. So think about, when do you wake up? What are you doing? What are you looking like? What are you feeling? What are you thinking about? Who's beside you? Who are the people you're in relationship with? What kind of words do you want to hear yourself saying, those positive affirmations? Are there places you want to go? What qualities do you want to have as a person? I mean, that's a really important one. How do you want your body to feel? What kind of sensations do you want there? What do you want to eat? What are the objects around you? So for me, something really simple is I take heart in having a picture of my family everywhere that I spend an extended period of time, whether that's my home office, my work office, in my wallet. So think about the things that are around you. And I'll give you just another few minutes on your own, and then we're going to move to a breakout room where we're going to talk about what implications this might have for us. You've spent some time thinking about your perfect day, and I'd like you're going to move into breakout rooms, the same rooms as you were in earlier. And I'd like you to think about, what did you notice as you were writing that list? What are some moments that even just thinking about them might have brought happiness to your day? And think about, how close is the perfect day to the life that you are leading now? And then that last question that's there, that's a really important one. So what is one element of that perfect day that you could realistically incorporate into your life now? And then think about, how might you practically begin this process? So you're going to be put into breakout rooms. You're going to have 10 minutes. So again, take a minute, take your phones out, take a picture of the slide, because you're not going to have these instructions when you go into your breakout rooms. So I'll give you just a few seconds to take the picture, and then you'll be whisked away into your breakout rooms. Well, welcome back, everyone. Our next presenter, I'm really pleased to introduce, is my friend and colleague, Vicki Enns. Vicki is the clinical director of the Crisis and Trauma Resource Institute. So just to give you a bit of a connection between CTRI and Achieve, CTRI envisions a world where everyone is trauma informed. Achieve is a division of CTRI, and at Achieve, our mission is to create great workplaces where people like to work. So in addition to being the clinical supervisor for CTRI, Vicki is also a supervisor with the American Association for Marriage and Family Therapy and an instructor for the graduate program for the Marriage and Therapy program at the University of Winnipeg. She is also the editor and co-author of CTRI's books, Counseling Insights. We'll turn it over to you, Vicki.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, I'm zooming from home, so I'm relying on myself here, and I'm not as tech savvy as having Luke in the background. I'm so enjoying this day. I hope you all are as well. I'm not usually this awake at 3:15 in the afternoon, so I'm just really appreciating the energy that all the speakers are bringing and that is coming out in our chats and in our breakout rooms. Just really enjoying this day and very happy to be here. When Wendy first invited me to participate in this conference day, which feels like about a lifetime ago, I remember having a little bit of a faint, familiar feeling of a bit of confusion, because the title of leader has always felt just a bit foreign to me. Although, of course, being a leader is not new to me. I've been in several different positions of leadership over the last 15 years or so. It still brings up this association for me of the one in charge, which somehow just doesn't fit. And I think just one reason is in my family of origin, I'm the baby out of 7. So from my earliest days, I was just learning how to try to fit in and keep up and not get left behind. Certainly not leading everybody. And so, although as a family, our roles have certainly shifted over the years, those early patterns do run deep. When the specific topic of mentorship as part of leadership came up, then that clicked, because mentorship to me, it links with the aspect of leadership that is all about ongoing learning and doing this in relationship with others. And that is a moniker that feels much more authentic to me. I aspire to be a lifelong learner. It also makes intuitive sense to me to think about learning as a circular and reciprocal process. I know this is essential in my own understanding and way of leading. So when I consider the role and task of leading as really ongoing learning, then this opens up a space that I can step into. There are many different ways to categorize or describe what it takes to be a successful leader. And I think we've heard an amazing variety of stories and examples of that today. Just as one way to frame that, this is from, or I'm referring here or thinking about Susan Shea at the Center of Authentic Leadership. She describes these 5 areas of competencies as essential together for all leaders. And of course, we also see this notion of a holistic approach reflected in many other teachings and cultural ways of exploring well-being and growth. So it just makes intuitive sense. And we've been hearing all day, I think, examples of these various competencies. We've been getting a full meal deal. So I was taking some notes. Let's see if I can read my notes here, just to connect this with what we've been hearing all day. In terms of cognitive competencies, we heard Wendy at the start of the day challenge us to expand our definitions of what it means to be a leader. And Brenda challenging us to believe there are possibilities out there for you and to keep choosing. Emotionally, I think about Jessica talking about willing to speak up even when we're afraid. And Colleen talking about allowing ourselves to lead with emotions and the importance of humility. In terms of somatic, or that's just referring to our body wisdom, there's a couple quotes that really stood out to me today. We heard, sometimes self-care is preserving your energy. And we also heard, nothing is more beautiful than a woman wearing confidence. Spiritually, this can mean a lot of different things to different people. To me, I always think about it as meaning connecting to something bigger than just myself and connecting to what's meaningful and my sense of purpose. And we had Louise start our whole day by just infusing a sense of connection and meaning in that way. We also heard clear messages throughout the day from several speakers around the importance of being connected to our values and our culture. And relationally, I think our whole day has been about this, but we heard Humaira talk about, and other people talk about the importance of mentoring, start that conversation, and Jessica mentioning how leadership is about taking care of our communities. And so these areas are all interrelated, and as human beings, we need each other, and we need to be in connection to optimally learn and expand these capacities and be our best selves. This quote is from researchers exploring both adult learning and health alongside optimizing performance in workplace teams. Their research highlights the importance of connections that are reciprocal, creating resources within work environments that are durable and meaningful. In high performance teams, the quality of the interaction and connectivity between people really matters. There's a higher level of trust and authentic mentorship that allows vulnerability and risk. And so this brings me back to mentorship. So we can each be pursuing the inner competencies and capacities that are most important to us. And this will be best realized if we're also in connection with circles of support around us. And I know I continue to find some of my most inspiring work right now is in my relationships of mentorship, whether it is through consultation or supervision relationships or groups that I'm a part of, as well as continuing to seek out and nurture my own mentors, as well as day-to-day learning that is ongoing that I glean from my colleagues and peers. I have been reminded lately, though, of the vulnerability that can be present in these kinds of relationships. And so just a few weeks ago, someone who I meet with to provide supervision for their counseling role, they took the risk of asking me, what do I really see when they come to our meetings? They were talking about their own self-perceived flaws and shortcomings, and they wanted to be able to grow to be the best counselor they can be. I could hear and sense the trepidation of putting themselves out there in such a raw way. And I felt very privileged to be able to enter that very personal space with them that was also so connected to how they embody their professional space and role. This vulnerability was also very real to me earlier this year when I similarly risked asking someone who I consider a mentor if they were open to nurturing this kind of relationship with me. And I was struck by how much I felt the risk of acknowledging this kind of longing and this kind of connection. This person's way of responding with candor, compassion, and clarity reminded me of the important power that is part of these relationships of influence and why they can feel so risky sometimes. When this power is handled well with awareness and compassion, I do believe all involved can benefit greatly. I have learned through the risk of learned through risking this kind of more authentic connection, that even if there are times that I am the one in charge, I don't feel like I'm standing there alone. And it helps me be less afraid of making potential mistakes and of taking risks so that I can be a more creative and growth-oriented leader. Originally, this talk was supposed to be somewhat different. My original plan was actually to be sitting together with one of my mentors and having more of a conversation. Because of the reality of COVID-19 and just restrictions socially, I needed to change this approach. When I sat down to rework how I was going to approach this talk, I realized I was really feeling a certain level of disconnection and isolation. I think some of the loneliness from I spend most of my time in this very room. And so I was a bit concerned of how I would meaningfully talk about these relationships and talk about this process. However, I then realized something which gave me a valuable learning. And this is what I want to share with you today as a bit of a practice, perhaps as well. I needed and wanted to make these relationships more tangible for myself in my mind. So I just spontaneously grabbed some scrap paper and I started to list out who are the people I would consider as part of my circles of learning. And we all did this a little bit. I think it was after Humaira's talk. She invited us to think about who our mentors have been. And so I expanded that to think about who currently do I feel like are in that circle. And some are closer and some are further out. Who are those I know care about me and my learning and growth? Who influences me, whether they know it or not? And also, who do I sit in mentorship roles with and know that I also have some influence towards them? I was struck by remembering that several years ago, I was in a group setting where a teacher at the time led us through a similar practice. And I remember how challenging I found this a few years ago. And noticing that doing this now felt a bit different. And because I was thinking specifically about this conference, I did focus specifically on women in my circles. And I was astonished to see how quickly I could fill multiple papers with these lists, especially when I expanded my lens to think about mentorship as it can be people close in, can be people further out, as well as that flow of influence going both ways. So I just wanted to show you this visual. I know you won't be able to read that very well, and it's not my intention that you need to. These are just my scrap papers with lists of names. And indeed, I do need to say, several of these people are sitting in our virtual circle today. Many of these people on these lists are also elsewhere, and some of them are passed on. there are also people on this list who would probably be surprised that I listed their names because we don't necessarily have a lot of close contact right now. But what I did was I pasted these papers up around me in my home office. I created a visible, tangible circle of mentorship. And I was struck by immediately feeling the effect of this. I felt my shoulders go down. My world got a bit bigger in that moment. It felt great to have them literally surrounding me, as these were safe feeling people. And there was a sense of those who had my back behind me and those inspiring me in front. And I can still notice that because I'm at home and I can look up and see I've left them up. I think they'll stay up for the next 6 months. I was also struck by the difference from when I did this a few years ago. At that time, I could list people I intellectually knew cared about my well-being and influenced me. However, at that point, I was feeling quite closed off from many of them. I had a difficult time allowing myself to let in their care, their teaching, their support. It was a time of a lot of personal struggle and vulnerability, and out of self-protection, I was quite guarded and I was holding everything pretty close, and I really struggled to let others in. So when I did this just a few days ago, I felt a real difference. It's one thing to notice and know they are there or possibly exist. It's a powerful next step to also really open myself to this and really nurture and deepen this connection in both directions, and to acknowledge how they influence me and recognize how I may impact and influence them. So this is my invitation, just to build on some of the reflection you've already been doing today, but I want to invite you to take just a few moments to think about your own circles of learning and mentorship and make these just a little more tangible for you as well. And invite us to do this, make this a little bit present. I know we only have a short time, but just to take a few moments to actually make that a little bit alive. So you did start some of this earlier. You might have already jotted down or thought about some of who your mentors are. If you have some paper close by, I do want to give you just a few moments to perhaps add to that list. And so these may be people in your present life now or people from the past. These may be people you are in close relationship and communication with, or they may be more distant mentors. They may be authors or role models you admire, leaders in the world, or other beings who influence you. But those that you believe that they influence you in a positive way or that wish you well. I want to also invite you to include listing who do you think you might be in a role or relationship of mentorship toward them, and consider how these are reciprocal. Try not to overthink this. It's just for you. You're not going to have to share this with anyone unless you want to. And if you do notice that there's an area that feels a little challenging, just invite you to treat that with a bit of compassion. So I'll just pause for a few moments and give you a chance to jot down some ideas, and then we'll do one last second step. Okay, so I did deliberately stop sharing my PowerPoint just so you don't think something just broke on your computer. But I wanted to, just for this last bit, just speak a little more directly to you and just invite us to do this the second step. And I know you could probably spend more time and invite you to go back to that first one later if you like. So with that first step, I was inviting you to really notice and start to acknowledge these circles. In this second step, I want to invite you to use your imagination a little bit in a focused way and help you have that experience of checking in, as I did, in terms of what's it like to really have this circle in your mind or in the list in front of you. And I'm thinking of this step as really nurturing that openness to sense these people around you. So just to invite you in these last couple minutes, I'm bringing like a little bit of mindfulness in here, but you don't have to know anything about that for this to make sense. It's simply paying attention to just what is actually happening for you right now. And maybe even dropping down into your emotions, dropping down into your body a bit, noticing what happens in your thoughts in your head, just for these few moments. So what happens as you look at this list or think about these folks that you've listed and thought about? Can you allow their well wishes for you? What happens when you consider their teaching and mentoring toward you as ongoing learning as a person or as a leader? Just notice what it's like to invite yourself to maybe absorb just a little bit more their well wishes, their positive influence. And if it helps you, it may support you just to make sure you're sitting in such a way that you're feeling open, that you can breathe easily. You might take a nice deep breath in and then take a deep breath out. And just notice what happens when you bring this knowing of this circle around you that are there for you all the time. And maybe some of them are further away and some of them closer, but that you can always draw on this knowing and this felt sense of these circles of learning and mentorship. And also recognize that you are offering that out to other people in your world as well. Again, I want to just encourage you to also notice with some gentleness if you notice any block or challenge to that, as I did a few years ago. And sometimes what helps is if in those situations is if you imagine, can I absorb just 5% more? Let in a few drops. It doesn't have to be everything. That actually can feel overwhelming. You might notice just what stands out for you as you let this resonate for just a few moments. If there's something you want to remember, or if it sparks any ideas for next steps. And then we can let that practice go. So you can let those circles fade into the background or put the papers down. And as I bring this activity and bring my talk to a close for this afternoon, I just really want to encourage you to continue this practice in some way that makes sense for you. It doesn't have to be exactly how we did it today, but this importance of just ongoingly noticing and nurturing your own circles of learning and mentorship. It helps combat some of those challenges that we heard so many people talk about today, that we remember that we are always carrying these relationships with us. It can allow us to also risk asking for what we need, asking for our own mentors to reflect back to you and give you that candor and compassion. I really believe when we open ourselves to being in connection in this way, it is of reciprocal benefit and can continue to strengthen all our capacities to be lifelong learners, mentors, and the best leaders we can be. Thank you, everybody. I'll see some of you tomorrow.
Our next speaker is Alexa Joy. And the sort of my coming to meet Alexa Joy was not this last summer, but the previous summer before. I was talking to a friend about, we're thinking about doing this Women in Leadership conference, and was just sharing my excitement about it. And they went, oh, I know who you should have. You should have Alexa Joy come and speak. She came and spoke at the school that I'm working at and really inspired the kids with her story. And I said, well, do you have a contact information? And she said, well, no, I don't. I'll send her a Facebook message. And so my friend sent Alexa Joy a Facebook message, got her phone number, and I made a cold call and said, hey, Alexa, you want to meet for breakfast? And met her for breakfast, and she was more than willing to contribute and to share of her experience. So we're really grateful to have Alexa Joy here. Alexa is an artist, she's an activist, she's a researcher, and as a vocal percussionist and a disruptor, she's a critical thinker. Her work really challenges white privilege, dominance, and supremacy, and she really focuses on grassroots activism. So Alexa encourages demonstrations of Black radical advocacy through art, public discourse, and independent research. Pleasure to have you here. Alexa Joy, all the way from Ottawa. We'll turn it over to you.
Hey folks, thank you so much. Can you all hear me? You can hear me, Wendy?
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear, perfect. Yeah, thanks for the kind introduction and nice to see so many people on the call. As Wendy said, I'm joining you from Ottawa, the unceded Algonquin and Anishinaabe territory. So thank you so much again. But I'm originally from Treaty 1, so it's good to see folks on the call from there or from afar. We're all in coronavirus times right now, so I wish I could have met folks in March, but COVID-19 had other plans, but that's okay. Online is just as good. As Wendy mentioned, I wear many hats. In Winnipeg, I started really exploring a lot of my, really beginning of my journey through activism. I was very involved in my university years and during my undergrad at the University of Winnipeg. I took human rights and conflict resolution studies. But you know, that there was a lot of areas within that degree that I thought could have been better. So, you know, in terms of challenging systemic racism and discrimination, I just felt I wasn't getting all of those resources from my degree. So, you know, when you feel like you are waiting for something to happen in your life, or you're waiting for someone else to start it, you're probably the person who should be enacting that initiative. So I started a nonprofit, Black Space Winnipeg, to challenge some of the, you know, misleading and, you know, information around that there is no, first of all, existence of Black people in Manitoba, that anti-Black racism doesn't exist or isn't a thing in the prairies. And, you know, since basically 2015 till, you know, currently, I've been really interested in both educating, disrupting, and, you know, encouraging people to think about the times we're living in, who's benefiting from the system, who isn't, and how we all, you know, really contribute to the oppression of, you know, society's most vulnerable. So that was with Black Space. As Wendy said before, I'm a vocal percussionist, so which I don't do a lot of lately because of grad school and all my other activities, but you know, here we are. I will not be sharing any PowerPoint or anything with you this afternoon because I feel like everyone's eyes can, you know, take a bit of a break. I know mine can. I've definitely suffered from digital eye strain over COVID-19, so I hope you don't mind a more intimate discussion between everyone and myself. But today I just wanted to get everyone on the call to really think about, you know, what's kind of stopping us from taking that next jump or that next leap into a different chapter of our lives. And I'll start with a story last year. So as I said, I was involved with Black Space Winnipeg, and last year, you know, I feel like since 2017 till now, things have just been so transitional. And I don't know if people kind of feel that collectively within their lives, or, you know, obviously the world that we're living in today with COVID-19, with the Black Lives Matter movement, with so much, you know, obvious like fragments in the system and throughout society. You know, I really hope a lot of people's eyes have opened up within the past few years, because clearly, you know, the system that is governing us all ain't working for most of us. So last year, which feels like eons ago, but I started, I was really thinking about what the next chapter would be. And I was like, okay, am I gonna go to school? I was really involved with Black Space. I was working on like the second annual Afro Prairie Film Festival, which is a festival dedicated to Black filmmakers in Manitoba and across the country. I was doing a lot of, you know, consultation work, a lot of anti-racism work. And, you know, I just kind of really getting tired of having conversations about racism and people still asking the most basic questions like, does racism exist in Canada? Or, you know, do we have a racism problem in Winnipeg? And I'm like, yeah, it's systemic. So I just thought conversations like that were obvious, but, you know, to a lot of folks, that still is a big question. So I was just getting a little, you know, tired. I did my my schooling. I was working in the community. I was still having these like basic conversations and trying to teach folks like what I thought was just so, you know, necessary. So I was like, okay, I think it's time for a change. So last year, and this is the kind of the event that pushed me to kind of go big or go home. So last year, I noticed a headline in the Winnipeg Free Press, and it read, Jets parties will turn downtown white again. And the writer was publishing a story about the Winnipeg Jets party, the whiteout that happens every year for the playoff seasons with this, for the Winnipeg Jets team. But his headline was alarming, because all I took from that was Jets parties will turn downtown white again. It triggered me to think of Donald Trump, Make America Great Again. I'm like, what do you mean downtown's like going white? That doesn't sound safe for anybody. Little did I know at the time it was representing the color, like the color scheme of the jersey. But the headline read it was off to me. So I was like, okay, let me research this. And I read the story. I figured out what the article was about. But the wording, I'm sorry, was off, and it was triggering, and it's probably triggering to folks, Black people, other people of color who, do go downtown during the whiteout parties and are, overwhelmed with a crowd. Well, not now with COVID, but at the time, a crowd of predominantly white suburbanites, most of them, getting drunk, and taking over the downtown core. This party has triggered me in the past. I lived on Hargrave at the time, very close to the MTS Center, and I was like, this headline needs to be adjusted or revised, because from the untrained eye, someone can look at that and take the wrong impression. So I screenshotted that, and then I was like, well, how did this whiteout party started? I was really interested to figure out, what is this and where does it come from? And this all will lead to, moving on to the next chapter. So bear with me here. I read this story, and then I started going deeper. I'm like, oh, okay, it's about, in the 1980s, they started this kind of media campaign to get people excited. And it was like kind of a play on words, like it's a whiteout, like a blizzard, like that Winnipeg is used to, given the climate that it's located in. But I started really, and this is why I went to school. I'm doing my master's for sociology. I started really to think, how public discourse can be co-opted by a predominant group, right? And even though it was a color representing a play on words, the headline was just very drastic to me. I'm like, they could have done way better. So I took a screenshot, and then I made a post on the nonprofit page and said, if you're going downtown during the whiteout, here's some things to think about, like maybe think about the people who are being pushed out during these parties, predominantly, homeless folks, new immigrants to Winnipeg, and a lot of the, residents who really do live downtown around that area who, do not come from white suburbanite communities. And then I saw the province of Manitoba, our lovely premier, Brian Pallister, I say that sarcastically, decided to, I believe, wanted to donate up to $400,000 of taxpayer money to this corporate party. I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense, because True North doesn't need $400,000 from the province when that money could very much go to a lot of the services that actually serve communities living in downtown Winnipeg core. So I screenshotted that, and then some past memorabilia. There was like a photo. Let me see if I can find it for you. There was a photo of these. Let me see here. I know I have it saved because it's still on. Yeah. Okay, so I'll just give you context here. So this, I don't know if you can see it, is the headline. And then that was what the province put in, their little contribution. And then this was from the past whiteout. This was like taken in the 90s. And it's 4 men wearing like hazmat suits with pointed white hoods. Okay, I can't stress that this image was triggering enough. And I'm like, okay, clearly there's something going on here. And someone who's born and raised in Winnipeg, Manitoba, you just know your city, you know your province. They call it friendly Manitoba on the surface, but behind the scenes, it has a real deep oppressive history, both towards obviously Indigenous communities and a lot of Black people who settled there from time and who immigrated in the 1960s. My mom's side from Jamaica being one of them. So I was like, this isn't right. Like, people need to have a conversation. And I wasn't the only one. My friends, my family, very triggered when they see this overwhelming crowd of just like a blur of whites, literally downtown, and you don't really know what's going on. And also, let's talk about who can afford to have this fun. The tickets are even to go to a playoff game are very expensive. And it's very exclusionary through social, economic. There was a lot of factors going on there. So I was like, well, we should probably have a conversation about this. How do we make this party really more inclusive and safe for everyone? That's it. Posted it. Didn't think much of it. Went about my business. I was working at this nonprofit arts organization at the time. And like 20 minutes later, all of a sudden I see my phone blowing up. CJOB, CTV, CBC. Oh, we never thought about this perspective. Would you mind sharing your thoughts on air with us? I'm like, oh, sure. Like, I didn't think I said anything radical. I was just like, can we talk about safety for folks who are, vulnerable in these spaces, who are not white, who are not suburbanites, who don't have this, privilege behind their name, behind their status. So I went on CJOB, CTV, CBC, just voicing an opinion. And within 2 weeks, I think it reached over 100,000 people, both throughout Manitoba and across the country. And very eye-opening of how much denial people are still in when it comes to talking about race and white supremacy in Canada. And I was like, okay, well, if a basic observation about a street hockey party was made and folks can't handle it, that says a lot about the times that we're living in. I didn't think I said anything that was out of the ordinary, other than if you want to host this party, how can we make it safe and accessible for everyone, to participate? So that happened. People were, jumping into my DMs, finding me personally on Facebook, making memes of me, attacking the organization. A lot of the comments on Twitter and the Facebook and the Instagram page were, extremely derogatory and racist. Comments like, you should stick to basketball or go back to where you come from. Like very much regular people who are just everyday citizens of Manitoba were dropping the most insensitive and racist commentary that I've seen publicly in a very long time. So I was like, okay, this is a lot. And I never, I've been very vocal about my political and social ideologies in the past, but I was very taken back when I was kind of the personal target of that, public frenzy, that outcry of ignorance and hate. So I didn't know how to handle it. It was a very hard time. It was like, when you're trying to just spark a conversation, where does that go? And it's not like I was unanimous in this feeling. There were a lot of other people of color who, also didn't agree with my statements either, which made things even more interesting and messy on my side, because, oftentimes because of, stereotypes and white supremacy, people think that, well, don't all Black people think the same? And no, we don't. We're individuals who have different diverse communities and rich histories that don't need to agree on everything. But it was just alarming how ignorant people were, and really afraid to talk about something that is a part of our lives, the social construction of race. You can't get around it. So, you know, there I was, sitting like in 2019 in April, I think it was April, May, just like questioning, like, oh my God, what do I felt like I didn't feel I could even leave the house. I was just so overwhelmed with this, like, you know, just it was crazy. It was crazy. So, you know, I kind of collected myself. And then I was thinking, if I can't have a respectful, grown-up conversation about racism in the city I was born and raised in, you know, where the hell can I have this conversation? Where can I really interrogate these thoughts, bring up these questions, you know, and kind of foster my independent thinking and research? Where can I actually do this? The answer was not in Winnipeg, unfortunately, at the time, because, you know, folks were so turned off to talk about something like that. You know, I knew Winnipeg needed some more time. So that really got me thinking of, you know, what do I want to do next? I was getting really burned out, really. Activists take on the world's issues and rarely do people ever check in on them. Particularly when Black women take on these issues, the lack of resources and, you know, political support, social support, and just communal support from within the province. There's so much labor Black women take on, you know, to fight for communities and, you know, get little in return. So I was kind of seeing that, and I was like, I can't do this anymore. Like, if this is activism, like, this ain't for me. I've been doing it for 5 years. I was like, it's thankless work. I just want to kind of recharge and focus on myself. So that happened. Everything kind of calmed down. You know, I was living my normal life again. And then I just was thinking, what more is there to life? Because I was in Winnipeg, but it's kind of all I knew. And then I started thinking, well, if I want to talk about these issues, you know, where can I go to do that? So grad school came up naturally. I started, you know, applying and thinking about where to go. I ended up taking at an institution in New York. And, you know, really, when you're working through discourse of race and white supremacy, the States is one of the number one places to, you know, educate yourself and further on this journey. So happy where I am now. But at the time, you know, 2019, it was difficult. I was like, Kate, let's just pick up and see where we go. So I ended up moving from Winnipeg at the end of the summer. I moved to Ottawa. I got a position in Ottawa, which is just as interesting as Winnipeg. I think I think Canada has a lot of work to do when it comes to race relations, to say the least. So I moved here, was going back and forth between Toronto and just really meeting people who shared my views and ideologies. And, you know, kind of coming back to my original, you know, presentation kind of synopsis of where do you go when, you know, you feel like you've hit rock bottom. The only place you can really go is up. And I will tell you that from the Jets to where I'm at now was like a complete 180. And I wasn't expecting it because, you know, I think, and I want to really urge this statistic here. Apparently over 90% of women, you know, have this imposter syndrome narrative of doubt that plays constantly in our psyche, whether consciously or subconsciously. And, you know, that got me thinking that if over 90% of women, that statistic isn't even just enough because it doesn't break down, you know, are we talking about cis women, trans women, folks outside of the binary, you know, Black women, Indigenous women, other women of color, who do, because of other social implications, experience this imposter syndrome and that narrative of doubt differently, right? I don't know who's on the call. I don't know how many Black women or women of color or trans or non-binary folks are listening in, but I know for myself as a queer Black woman that I you know, for the longest time, and I think what was really holding me back to try to do what I wanted to do and leave the city was, you know, saying, I don't think I can do this. Like, where do I start? How do you just pick up and move to a city you've never lived in before and go to an institution in a completely different country? And, you know, how do you really champion this part of your life? And, you know, I hope people on the call, because I know you've probably been listening to different presentations all day, is that, and it sounds very cliche, but from then, if I didn't take this jump and kind of get pushed, and really that Jets party frenzy taught me a lot, because, you know, no matter what you stand for, if you know it's right, and because the work that I do is political, I know it's controversial, not a lot of people are going to agree with me, but I hope what is agreeable is that people know that right now so much is being exposed. This summer we all saw, and I hope people were very alert to, the Black Lives Matter movement, the killing of George Floyd, Regis Korchinski-Paquette, you know, was really the center of a social discussion throughout the country for most of the summer, and rightfully so. Now, that's also to say, it was amazing to me that so much was mobilized from that, but at the same time, it was still very distant. People in Winnipeg don't know about, you know, injustices in their own community. Like, for example, Machwar Madut, who was shot and killed by Winnipeg police last February, and still there has been no justice in his name. And I think it's easy for Winnipeggers, for Manitobans, for Canadians to distance themselves from political issues. And this is what I do. This is the work that I do. I'm that annoying pain in your ass and reminder that, no, we have a problem. It may not affect you think directly, but it will down the line, and it affects all of us. So that Jets party taught me a lot. Like, you have to stand grounded in what you believe in, and you know, even when you don't think you're supported, you have to be really true to your narrative. So kind of fast forwarding, moving, and seeing that there's a lot of life and amazing things happening outside of the province, which has brought me kind of back to the province in the same way, where, you know, I accepted this job in Ottawa, working out here. And then from the Black Lives Matter movement, I started working with CBC Manitoba. And now I have a radio program on Information Radio 1 on Thursday mornings that addresses exactly these issues, because, you know, when kind of trauma and tragedy happens, you have to seize the moment. Unfortunately, that's always what happens with, you know, Black communities. We have to mobilize in the most drastic and tense and politically uncertain times, you know, to fight for what our communities need. And, you know, with this new program series, it's a lot of responsibility when you have a platform. It's not easy to tell these stories, but again, I want to get back into this idea where, if you're just waiting for something to happen, either in your life or in your community, I promise you're probably the person to start this. I don't know what that is to you, or, you know, what that looks like, but it's so important to take risks, like genuinely take risks. If you're in a, you know, dead-end job, if you're in a toxic or abusive relationship, if you are not surrounding yourselves by people who celebrate you, whether that's your friends or your family members, you know, who don't share your ideologies politically, who you see are being discriminatory, who, you know, just a lot of embracing that negativity, you don't have to feel guilty about letting that shit go. I promise you, there is no, you know, life is short. I think COVID-19 has all taught us how precious and short life is. If it's not COVID-19, it's the Black Lives Matter movement. And, you know, people are quite literally dying, either by the hands of the state or, by this infectious disease. And if you don't take the risks that you want to now in your life, I think there's this quote where it's like, procrastination is what you would have had, if you actually didn't do what you want to do. Now you're dealing with procrastination. And don't beat yourself up, because procrastination and fear of success, those are actually all associated with trauma. When you're afraid to do something or succeed or put yourself out there, it's a kind of psychological trigger. Well, why are you afraid to do that? Why are you afraid to, open that business, start that blog, enter into your next chapter? And I think now more than ever, people kind of have time to sit with themselves and really think about, what they want, particularly women. And in, that who I really am passionate about, I want to help, like Black women and other women of color, is to help realize their fullest potential, because the systems that we're up against and, the resources that are not in place for us, either on a systemic level or, representation in media, or so many other intersectional, areas that really don't represent us in the best light. You need that foundational support. So I think my biggest thing on this call, and the reason why I agreed to speak to everyone, is to kind of just I think it's Nike, just do it. If you really want to push yourselves, it comes with a sacrifice, but it's going to be worth it. You're your best investment. And that's something a year ago, if someone told me I was going to work at CBC and be going to grad school in New York and, doing the things I actually want to be doing in my life, I wouldn't have believed them, or I would have looked at them like, okay, yeah, right. Because I was in such a different mindset. I was going through, my own situation, my own areas of trauma. And I think that's the biggest thing I can leave with people. If you are waiting for something to happen or someone else to start something, you're the person to be doing it. I don't want to, I think that's in 30 minutes. I think that's all I have. I don't know, Wendy, if there's time for Q&A, I'm more than happy to answer questions, but yeah, just you're your best investment, and don't be afraid to take a risk on yourself.
Alexa, I want to thank you so much. Alexa, I want to thank you so much for sharing your story with us and challenging us. Pleasure to have you here, taking the time from Ottawa to join us. We're going to move to our very last activity of the day. And I'm going to encourage you to just stay online. I know it's been a long day full of fantastic and inspiring presenters, but let's take and rejoin that circle theme has come up throughout the day. Let's gather one more time in those small circles. And I'd like you to think about what is your takeaway from this conference? You gave a full day here. What are you going to take with you from this? In what ways were you challenged, and in what ways were you inspired? And I'm going to give you just 30 seconds to reflect on that. I'm going to put you into your breakout rooms for about 10 minutes. Then we're going to come back and we're going to regroup and close out all together. So we're going to put you back into those breakout rooms, and we'll see you back here in a bit. Thank you all for joining this circle today. An event like this takes many, many hands for it to be successful. And I want to take just a little bit of time to say some thank yous, and I'll ask you to just stay with me through this, because I really want to wrap this up with all of us here together. I want to thank everyone at Achieve who pitched in. The contributions of every single person in this workplace have gone above and beyond. And I'm incredibly grateful to work with the people that I do. So thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you so much to all the presenters who gave their time and efforts so that we could contribute to the great work that Seed Winnipeg is doing. And thank you especially to all of you who joined us here to listen and to share, to reflect, and to support the work of gender equity. If you are interested, Eric from upstairs is going to put a link in our chat function. If you're interested in potentially more leadership training, you can check out the info on the chat. Tomorrow, for those of you who are joining us for the second day, Vicki, who spoke earlier, is going to be delivering a mindful leadership workshop. That workshop starts at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We started today at 8:30. Our time frame here was 8:30 to 4:30. Tomorrow is 9 to 4. So we'll look forward to seeing some of you back on Zoom. There are evaluations that are going to be mailed out to you or emailed out to you. We'd really appreciate if you would take the time to fill those out. We'd love to hear your feedback. And in closing, I'd like to do two things. First of all, I'd like to say, I hope that today what happened on Zoom doesn't stay on Zoom, that it goes beyond the conversations that we had here and starts to have impact, that our circle starts to expand. And I'd like to try something. I hadn't actually planned this, but let's just do it anyways. Can you all unmute yourself? And let's all say goodbye on the count of 3 from wherever you are. So on the count of 3, goodbye from wherever you are. 1, 2, 3. Goodbye from Winnipeg.